So, alright. Yes, let's get into it.
Well, I lost my...
Where we last left off, the party, you guys, here, developed their strategy for the assassination contract that you had accepted. You crafted disguises, you found childcare for Judith for the day, and you scouted the bridge where this was all going to go down. Ultimately, you ignored the suspicious gap of intel around who their targets were. The party decided, however, to play it somewhat by ear and take it all in the moment. As the carriage with the signifying bannerman crossed the bridge at noon, you slaughtered 8 of the surrounding guard escorts around the bridge, and then very quickly discovered who the targets were, throwing open the carriage door to see that it was Amelia Remont, Princess of the Remont Empire, and heir to the throne, as well as the Donny Mistis and Jade Ravenclaw, former friends or acquaintances of the party in the past, escorting some sort of an unknown diplomat from the Serac Wastes. So, ultimately, as the battle kind of went through, torn between finishing the contract, running, not sure what to do, in the chaos, Lothric fell at the hands of Didani as a giant ape, and was rapidly revived as somebody aided their escape by summoning a demon from the abyss. You fled under the cover of fog as Lemba kind of created it. Told Didani and Jade to take an unconscious Amelia to the nearby Temple of the Ocean Master and wait for them there, the Reef Ridge Temple. And in the meantime, you fled the scene towards Red Dragon Oddities, where you parlayed with the Infinite Blades leader. There it was discovered that the patron that seemingly hired the guild for the contract was Germain Verhalt, once thought dead bodyguard of Amelia Remont. Ultimately, Germain met his end in an inferno before the party received their payment for the contract, 10,000 gold, and a deck of many things. So 10,000 gold split amongst the entire party. Sorkin, the leader of the Infinite Blades, tasked you, Lemba, with handling this. Basically, and we're going to jump back a little bit from getting out on the street, Sorkin says, I need you to handle this. And as you're all kind of still on the way out, but still within the underground bunker of the Infinite Blades, you all are kind of around Lemba as this red dragonborn man just kind of leans over and into her and is like, I don't think you need to have the importance of this stressed on you. The Crown is obviously aware of the Blades. To some degree. We cannot be eradicated. Do whatever you have to. Get the Blades in good standing. We cannot take the fall for this. If you can't handle it, I will.
Damn. Yeah, speaking of which, I just remembered my pop-up game on John.
Oh no. So, X is holding Germain's mostly charred to shit head. Lemba, you just got this task. The rest of you are sitting here being watched by pretty much everybody in this room, as what you are aware of is probably 20 to 30 people just glaring at you with hard expressions. What do you want to do? What you can do?
Oh, so I just walked into a nightmare here.
Yes!
I just joined and there's a bunch of people staring at me.
Yes, this is the very start. This was our recap. So I'm putting you guys in the Infinite Blades bunker still, as opposed to just being out on the street before. This way you can handle any discussions rather than having to go all the way back in or anything else. So anything you want to do while you're in here, do it now. But it's up to you. What do you want to handle?
I want to get out of Dodge.
Cool.
You do know, based on everything, that you told the Princess, Didani, and Jade to meet you at the Reef Ridge Temple.
Oh, that's right. Didn't we say, like, at midnight or something?
You said at midnight, but you get the sense that they're probably not going to stay there from what is probably 1:30, 2 o'clock p.m. till midnight.
Cool.
They're probably going to, I don't know, go back to the palace with the guard if they have to wait too long.
So we should probably go there. Should we go there first, or should we go get Judith first?
I think
Judith, of course.
I have a question.
Well, I don't know, I think yes, Lothric.
So,
Lothric, by the way, who is at this point fucking dirty and bloodied. He is a mess.
yeah. So, two-part question. First, when you say take care of it any way possible, does that mean we could still potentially kill them all?
Lothric?
I'm just asking. I barely am holding on right now because
Are
I'm
you-
tired. I just want to know an answer. So shush.
Did you die or are you drunk?
I'm on the very verge of dying again. I was brought back by that woman.
You're welcome.
All right, a little more talented than last time I left off with her. Are you planning to, in your current state, take on the entirety of the Palace Guard, potentially the entire army of the Remont Empire, and any loyalists that see fit to be vigilantes in their own right?
No, I just want to know if killing them is still an option.
That's what you'd have to do to kill them.
Decide.
Okay, follow-up question to the rest of the group. Thank you. Can I just be dropped off at our wonderful...
No.
You don't even know what I was
We're
gonna...
gonna go get Judith. Then we're gonna go to the temple. We can take a little nap and get some healing. We're not going home. Not yet.
I hate you, then let's go now because I...
I brought you back to life. Do you want me to bring you back to death?
Some people would call that a life debt.
Oh, he already knows that this is the second time I've had to bring his ass back to life.
With a gem that I had in my own possession that I gave you that I gifted.
Technically, used... No,
It was a gem.
OCD used that gem to bring me back to life. And then I borrowed a gem from that nice lady at that temple.
Oh yeah, it was her ring.
Shade.
Moonshade. To bring you back to life. So QD used your diamond, not me.
This is all well and good. With every hour that passes, the guard gets one step closer to the bunker.
Oh,
Yeah,
yay.
we're aware. Thank you.
Alright, let's go
Let's
get
go.
Judith.
Alright. So, you do know that you will have to pass by Refridge Temple, where the people are, waiting for you
Yeah.
on the way to get Judith.
Should we just go there?
Yeah, let's
It's
go
up to you.
Stop at the temple, grab Judith, head home.
No, Judith? Okay, great.
Yes.
To the temple!
Temple, Judith, home. Temple, Judith, home.
Well, let's probably go to the temple.
Yeah, okay.
It is not that far of a walk to get through.
Let's go to
Um,
the temple.
As you come out of the kind of bunker of the Infinite Blades, leave Red Dragon Oddities and head out to kind of the rest of everything, you have to pass through the wall, the inner wall of the city that separates that inner part of the city from everything that's built up around it over time. Red Dragon Oddities is in one of the kind of outskirts of pieces of the city, and they have different sections that they can kind of rely on and other things, but ultimately with the attack, they're doing everything that they can to secure the place. So as you come walking up to what is effectively this large stone heavy gate, there is a small cluster line of people trying to slowly make their way in and out of the city with various guards talking to them, stopping them, searching suspicious individuals, anything else that they might be concerned with. You are slowly walking up to this, but you aren't quite there. It's up to you how you want to handle it.
I have an idea.
Are we bloody?
Yeah!
You're
we need-
beat to shit.
We need to change that real quick.
We did some healing on...
Can I use my prestidigitation?
Yes, actually.
You can.
Prestidigitation.
Slowly.
I have an idea.
Yes, what is your idea?
I still have my disguise, right?
Yes, the disguise that the assassins were seen trying to murder the
Yeah,
princess.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Yeah, we should get rid of the.
You all, for the most part, from the outside perspective, would feel comfortable that anybody that wasn't immediately in there as a target, that was, right next to you, saw, what was it, I believe, an old man.
Yeah, you're an old man. I mean, you took off.
A malformed ram for Lemba. Ice Spice for Sudi.
Nice. That's right.
And X was like a plague doctor. And so they don't know exactly who it is. So you get the sense that they're probably searching for exactly who it is. But they have basic descriptions of those people. So an old man, probably not that helpful. But if a full-on plague doctor comes walking through the gate, they might be a little suspicious.
So we should go in, no disguises, with one of these beautiful prestidigitation spells to make us not look bloody and gross, and then we're just regular old people walking through the gate, trying to get home onto the other side of the city.
Great. Yeah. Okay, let's do that.
It takes a moment, but you can very quickly kind of step aside over towards the edge of an alleyway. And with a few castings of prestidigitation, one by one, all of you are cleaned. Prestidigitation will clean over time the areas of your body, so you are no longer spattered with blood and dirt and gore and everything like that. But you're still beat up.
I was like soaking wet, so
Like,
that's great.
You've still got your bruises.
Cool. Now
You've
we
still got
heal.
any broken ribs or anything else that may have happened. You're still very visibly worn. And as long as you can hide that fact, you may be fine.
Looking for a healing spell. Okay.
No, maybe we can heal a little bit here.
Hey, Shooty, you got healing spells. You can do more than one person, right?
If you ask me nicely, I might use one.
Could you please do some healing so that we don't get caught and go to jail for the rest of our lives?
You make a very good point.
Thank you.
I take out my spells and I cast a prayer of healing.
Alright.
Up to 6 creatures of my choice that I can see within range. Each regain hit points equal to 2d8 plus my spellcasting ability modifier.
Your bombastic spellcasting. Alright.
Alright, and casting that.
Yay.
Wow. Everybody gets 13 points of health.
Oh,
Hooray.
thank you.
Phosphorus, you can feel the spot where one of your ribs goes back into place.
Oh.
And it hurts. It's like the worst side split, and then it's just kind of fine.
The immediate thing is when Luna uses a pisky on Harry's nose.
It's pretty much that.
I just
That's pretty much how it feels. Eventually feeling a little bit better after this.
Great, my lung no longer is feeling horrible.
Yeah. You're not 100% sure if your lung is punctured or collapsed, but it definitely didn't feel good.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. My grandmother had water on her lungs.
No, that's not good.
She's fine now. They don't know what caused it.
I'm
It
gonna
was a
give
spontaneous thing.
Lothric another 6.
Another 6.
As a healing word.
What's your word?
Heal!
I'll take it.
Dumbass!
You're being nice.
So,
Yeah, she's being
yes, being nice.
Oh, I get 2d4. Hold on. You get another 2 on top of that.
Yay!
And then I'm gonna cast it again on myself.
What's your word for yourself?
Live!
Thrive.
Thrive!
It's better. I'd like to thrive.
I want to point out I have a third of my health healed now.
Which is good, because you had, what, 50 something hit points now?
I have 74.
You have 74, and you had 1.
And I had,
I have 74.
because I was a blood hunter and poured all of my biggest power into my constitution, which is my health. So,
Damn.
literally, by the time we get another 2 levels up, I will probably break 100 hit points.
Yeah.
I'm a tank, which is why I heard lightning strike on the boat, and I was like, I was Iroh when he redirected the lightning, and he did like.
Since you didn't really redirect, you just kind of
took it off
and then moved on. But yeah,
Keep going. What are you at now?
I'm at 22 out of 74.
How's Lothric looking?
I'm still beaten up.
If he really
so
bad.
here, when you brought him back,
Serenity's great. You're the helpful of our group. Looking at her, she's at 45 out of 45. She's like,
capacity right
What's wrong with you guys?
you didn't take a single hit.
No.
I hate you, but I love that you're alive.
Just for basic perspective, you all would have seen this. Lothric, before he was revived, was the equivalent of a human accordion, just crushed Wile E. Coyote style into the ground.
Oh, 100%.
Take 11.
Yay, more health. Okay.
What are you at now?
Okay, now I'm over half. I'm at 45 out of 74.
How are you looking?
He's looking okay, but like, definitely, like, you've traveled on worse.
But is he looking like if somebody were to see him like, oh, that guy got in a fight, or like that guy had a really rough day, or like he did a lot of hard work today?
Where are you at exactly?
I'm over half now. I'm 45 out of 74.
45 out of 74. He definitely looks beaten and bruised. Like, maybe he got in a bar fight.
Okay, that's better than no.
16.
Alright, I'm 61 out of 74. I think I'm good.
Yeah,
I think I'm looking pretty
you've
good.
got like maybe a bruise or something on your cheek and a split lip. That's about it.
A minute more. I need a minute more here.
Perfect. Does anybody want to try some of this energy drink? Probably not. It's powerful.
Anything else you want to do before you go to the gate, or what are you thinking?
Anybody else looking bad?
Nope.
What are you at?
Sure.
Guys?
I'm 50%. I'm at 32 out of 59.
Like 7.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's a lot better.
And I'm gonna stop healing because I'm almost done spell slot.
Oh yeah, that's not.
I've done like 8 healing shots in a row.
That's not.
There's no guarantee you'll get a long rest.
I know. I have 1 spell slot left.
So, what are you doing now?
Going to the
Oh. I just realized I have lay on hands.
Really? I just used all my healing for you, and now I'm always out of magic.
You have a pool of healing power that can restore 35 hit points per long rest. As an action, you can touch a creature to restore any number of HP remaining in the pool, or 5 HP to either cure a disease or neutralize a poison effect affecting a creature.
I just used all my magic to heal you, dude. Now if something happens, I got
Oh wait, no, I have magical
Rejuvenation.
no, I'm gonna do this for you. I have magical rejuvenation. You may choose one creature you can touch. This creature regains a number of expended spell slots of a combined level equal to your proficiency bonus. So you can take combined level equal to your proficiency bonus. So you get to take 3 spell slots taken off to use again.
So that's either 3 level 1, 1 level 1, and 1 level 2, or 1 level 3. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Whatever that number mix is.
That's okay, I don't do that shit anymore.
That will use your channel divinity for the day. So that locks you out of that's what that is.
Yeah, I know.
Good with that.
I know. I'm good with that.
There's the other half of the channel divinity feature you can choose from, and that one is no longer available. Keep that in mind, because when I built the subclass, it didn't let me group them.
Yeah.
So-
Does lay on hands is part of that, or
Lay
no?
on Hands is a separate ability. It's just
That's what I thought. Okay.
It's just that one, and then the other one that's the channel divinity.
Right. So my channel divinity.
Or you can like make something's resistance go away, or its immunity become a resistance. That I believe.
Right.
Okay, so I'm just going to mark off my defensive negation and my divine sense and my channel divinity. That way I know I can't use any of them until
if you mark those all.
But that's great because it's a short rest. So if we take a short rest, I get my channel divinity back.
Yep.
Instead of a long rest, which is the next thing.
Oath of Knowledge Paladins, you have a chance to like be okay in a fight with spellcasting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. Do with that with what you will.
So you're going up to the gate. What do you think?
Yeah, we're gonna go
Yeah.
up to the gate. We healed up pretty good.
Yeah.
We look maybe a little
So-
weary, like we did some hard labor or something. I don't know.
Maybe. Hopefully that's how it comes across.
Yeah.
Just
Who wants to helm this?
I am not doing this because I will probably butcher it.
You have disadvantage on all your checks with exhaustion.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Definitely not me.
Him.
But we're probably all gonna have to make a check anyway to make sure that we're all good.
Oh,
I have a
sure.
feeling. So, yeah. Who wants to do it? Serenity's at full health and not looking like anything happened to her.
But you guys have more help than I do.
Well, we're not gonna get
It's
fight.
proportional.
So,
Like 6 out of 6, 45 out of 45.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got 61 and I got 45.
X or Sudi, do one of you want to go up to the front gate first and explain?
You're standing in line, so you have a chance to figure this out. But slowly the line is working its way forward, up.
We just have to plan ourselves to get the gate.
Yes.
Yeah, you're in line. Just who's gonna helm it? Who's gonna do the talking?
Do we have a talk? Can we just go through?
It's safe to assume we're gonna have to tell them why we're going through.
Yeah.
I mean, if we could talk.
That we're gonna go meet the princess at a temple and a secret meeting after we tried to kill her? Let's not say that! Let's not say that, Judy!
Maybe.
I don't. He rolled. He rolled something, and I don't like it.
Maybe let's just say we're going home.
We're going home. We need to pick up our child.
Yes. Yeah. Let's just say that.
Alright, we're walking up to the gate.
Great. Yeah, we're going.
Alright.
Who's in the front?
That's what I asked. Nobody wanted to be.
I'll be at the fucking front.
I'll be behind her.
Alright.
I'll be third.
Technically kind of short of my child.
Surrogate mother.
It's less lying if I say.
It's less lying.
Less lying if I have to go pick up my child.
So as you eventually make your way to the front of the line, you see this kind of middle-aged man in kind of bluish green tinged metal armor. He has very thick kind of handlebar mustache, almost like mutton chops, set up for along the side and then down. And he's just blonde hair otherwise, kind of peeking out from underneath the helmet that he has. And as you approach, he kind of looks up and says, "State your name and purpose."
I'm McCall. We're going through the city. We live on the other side.
Where is your residence?
The Bernard house.
You live at the Bernard house?
Yes, we recently acquired the property.
Do you happen to have a deed
We
or
do.
evidence of residence?
I do love my deed. Shove it in the.
Yeah, and you would have keys. So, yeah, you would.
Don't shove it in his face.
I just.
It takes a second and studies it.
Hold on for him to see.
My condolences to you. Where were you, say, about an hour ago?
An hour ago, we were doing some shopping over in this part of town.
Make a deception check.
We were out. We were at a store.
Said we were dropping off our kid.
No, because our kid and we dropped off our kid on the other side.
On the other side of town.
Which means we're gonna go pick up our.
Oh, actually, yeah. My bad.
Oh, it's D20. She's gonna be today.
Not the sparkly one. We all know how that one
I
ends
know
up.
that one. Which one was rolling good over here? It was this one. Okay. Which sparkly one did you mean? I'm rolling sparkly dice.
The
Everything sparkly dice.
pink sparkly one.
That's the one I picked up. This one is good. Come on, baby.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Can I give her advantage?
It's a 9.
It's too late for advantage.
Yeah.
Well, actually, because you had the deed and you were helping with that aspect, I will let you give her advantage.
Dice.
Thought he's there for emotional part now.
Hi, Jackie.
She's like, what's wrong? What you got?
We're gonna keep the 9.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
You rolled a 1, didn't you?
Oh my gosh.
So, I shit you not.
Why did anybody?
I set it as an easy level DC, which is 10.
I was close.
Yeah, but
He looks at you and just kind of squints his eyes. Where exactly were you shot?
Okay, I can't lie. I'm not gonna lie. We were down at Red Dragon Oddities. The shopkeeper there, Mara, is a good friend of mine.
Well, and what exactly does the Red Dragon Oddities sell?
Exactly what you would expect this to sell. Oddities, everything. Anything they can buy and sell. Anything that travelers bring
What
with them.
did you purchase when you were there?
We didn't purchase anything today. I like to check it out to see if they've got anything new or interesting, but nothing new since the last time I've come that piqued my interest.
Make a persuasion check.
We didn't lie.
You didn't. Oh no.
Ask them on best to use it, apparently.
We did not.
Oh,
no.
Somebody else talks next.
So you have no solid alibi.
she's hysterical. She's trying to figure. She's trying to get her child.
She could talk. We could have her talk to the.
Are you-
the shopkeep?
Nah, rephrasal. I'm gonna say that differently. I didn't say that out loud. Hold on. She's trying to figure stuff out in her head. We're just trying to get her kid from daycare. That's what we need to do and go home.
And why would an individual such as herself be so frazzled having to go pick up her child?
Because we left her there for all day, and she wasn't supposed to be there all day.
This was the
Make
first
a-
time we left her there. You know,
Make a
alone.
persuasion check. And you can take advantage, which makes it a straight roll.
I can give him advantage by
Yeah,
covering.
from jumping in, yes.
So I got one chance, guys.
Got one shot.
Oh wait, it's good.
This is persuasion. That is a 16.
Oh, God, you just barely made it.
God.
I did it, Saki. I did it.
Was it a 15?
He looks at it was a DC 15.
Oh no.
Because they went up one level when he got suspicious.
We did it. We did it, Saki. We did it.
He kind of leans in and looks at you. You might need to get that kid right away. I don't know if any of the other guards would be as understanding with how suspicious she seems to be behaving. Have her get her kid. Go home. I suppose I would be nervous as well living in the Bernard house. Get it. Just kind of thumbs over the shoulder and sends you on your way.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Go, go, go.
Sir.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Everybody go.
Dash it out.
Yeah, you kind of walk
We
by.
briskly walk.
Yeah.
Be like, yes, we're gonna go.
You kind of hurry by, and
That's
he just kind of slowly
Bye.
watches you, Lemma, as you go through.
Go by.
Just keep watching.
Kind of goes back to his post.
No,
Hey,
no.
you.
We're
Right. You've made it into the inner city. It's just up the street and to the right is, the temple.
gonna walk a little further and kind of take a roundabout way so he doesn't see us make a beeline for the temple.
All right.
Yeah.
And he'll kind of get out of his sight of you before we turn off the main road.
So it takes a little bit. You go down, you kind of find an alleyway for a block, and there's noticeably a fuck ton more guard around. Their presence has been elevated. They're performing searches. They are rushing people off the street as quickly as possible, trying to figure out exactly A, what happened, deal with a literal demon that was summoned, and then find the princess, who is missing at this point.
Do we need to have like a some people go and get the kid and some people meet the other people back at the temple moment? You know what I mean? Like a small subset of us get the kid and then we'll meet everyone else back up at the temple?
I can take-
You're not going to be able to get back into the city. Because to get her, you have to leave the inner city. They're not going to let you
What was
back
that?
in.
Yeah, so basically, the inner ward of the city is where the palace is. It has different districts.
Where were we?
When you did the assassination contract, you were in the inner part of the city. Then you left and you went out into the short gate ward.
Yeah, but I didn't think Judas was
Judith
in the inner city. I
Judith
thought she
is
was like
on-
nearby our house.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is in the outer part of
outside.
the city, but it's on the other side. This entire city is split by a river,
Okay.
and there isn't any bridge for the outer city.
Damn it.
They're all on the inner side of the city, which is inconvenient, but it works to some extent.
Bullshit. God damn it.
You all in the Bernard house live on the edge of the Timberwort district. That is where Judith is. She's a short walk from the Bernard house. So you're basically
So you
going
could go
home
get her,
to go
but-
get
But
her.
then we
You
have to
just
go
have to
back.
go home. You wouldn't be able to come back into the city to meet the rest of them.
Yeah.
Fine.
So
Well,
we
this
should
is gonna
just...
be interesting.
Oh,
It is at this point, given your roundabout way of getting there, maybe a 10-minute walk that you have to figure out exactly what you're going to be doing. Who's going where? Is everybody going? What's happening?
I
And
think
stuff like
we
that.
all need to go.
No,
talk
I
to the
agree.
princess.
I was kind of lost in where we were all at.
I think it's gonna look
But yeah.
suspicious to the princess if one of us just doesn't show up.
So it doesn't take all that long for you to get there, but when you do arrive, as you travel, you notice that higher amount of guard all around. And it makes you a little bit nervous, but you're able to make your way through just fine. Plenty of people are still walking around, rushing home, dealing with stuff. This is the equivalent of a terrorist attack. And so they're trying to figure out what exactly is happening and get everyone to safety as quickly as possible. And so plenty of people are, if they live in the outer part of the districts, moving into various temple areas, like the Reef Ridge Temple, which is what you see. As you approach the Reef Ridge Temple from the front, what you see is a large kind of quartz marble structure. It's this large, almost like the Acropolis, large, almost Greek style setting for kind of the architecture. On the steps that lead down, because it's elevated just a little bit, and it overlooks over the docks and out over the open sea. There is a large statue, large being maybe the size of one or two of you stacked on top of each other. Maybe 10, 12 feet. But what you're looking at is this human man with this very long, thick beard, kind of hangs down to around his sternum, fine mustache carved out of marble, holding a trident and kind of astride two large dolphins.
I
Just
touch one of the dolphins.
it feels cold to the touch. It's marble.
I
Yeah.
smack a nose.
You smack the nose of the dolphin.
I do.
Hurt your hand a little bit. You get a weird look from an old woman that is slowly teetering her way up the stairs as you slap a dolphin. And she just kind of looks and then goes back. She's still going up the stairs. Like, you were there when she got to the bottom, and she is going to be there for probably by the time you leave. But it's like she's making her way. She seems devout enough to try to do the stairs. You know this, for the majority of you, as the Ocean Master's statue. A statue depicting the Ocean Master, the god. You don't know exactly where Amelia or Didani or Jade is at this point, but they're probably somewhere. This is where you told them to meet.
We should start looking around.
Yeah.
Investigation time.
Where do you want to look?
They probably didn't just like go into the building. Maybe we go around back.
That's a cool guess. We could do that.
If a person wanted to like be sneaky, is there like an obvious sneaky place?
Make a intelligence check.
Oh yeah.
I would like to cast as well, detect magic.
All right.
Intelligence. Yeah, that's a 9. I only got 9s in me,
What is it
friend.
with you and nines tonight?
I've only got 9s tonight. Don't let
Are
me
you
roll
switching up
more.
dice?
Yeah.
Into the trash.
Just roll another one like 3 times. See if it
The
gets
only one I haven't rolled is the sparkly one. Roxy told me not to roll.
Okay, well then roll it.
That was an 18.
So keep rolling that one.
Can I continue to look around as well?
Yeah.
Can I perceive anything?
You can make a perception check to see if you notice anything. You got a 9 for an investigation check? Nah.
Yeah.
You're looking around and you're looking for little pockets. Not really much that you would be looking. You're like, where would a thief hide? Where would an assassin hide?
Bro, I got
Where would the
8.
blades used as a place? And that's really not what you need to be looking for.
Got an 8.
I cast
You
it.
don't see much.
Yeah.
I cast detect magic. For the duration, use sense a presence of magic within 30 feet. If you sense magic this way, you can use your action to see a fate or around any visible creature or object in that area that bears magic, and you can learn its school of magic, if any.
Perfect. Where are you all walking? You're making your way back around the back edge?
Just go like around the side.
Making your way down. This is like a rectangular building with a kind of slow grade to make sure that it's like an actual stable structure. It has, potted plants, buildings all around. It's not like it's just this. There are houses, there are other things around this temple. Some businesses, you can see bakers, you can see kind of tanners, you can see plenty of different occupations. But as you make your way around, you see 3 humanoid-shaped figures sitting on the ground, one laying there, in the shadow of this temple, kind of almost all the way at the back, overlooking the dock.
Detect magic worked!
None of you see this evidence.
Did something right with magic!
Visually see him
And
getting
you would know the
excited.
feel of
Roxy
that.
or what we're getting
Yeah.
excited.
This is,
Magic has never come into play thus far.
It has.
But we've never seen anything with it, really.
Yeah, you did. You had to do the door with for the Necromancer's Vault.
I'm not counting that.
Okay.
You would understand as well with that spell that the magical effect that's there is illusion in nature.
Is Lothric going to share this news?
Yes, just like
Yeah, you're all walking and like you're looking for low places, shadowy places they could be hiding.
Yeah.
Where are they? And Celeste is like,
they're up here.
I don't think they're here, guys.
They're everywhere.
I rolled an 8. So
Yeah.
Just like guys, I found them.
What? Where?
There, I point to the where I see.
There may be like, what was the range of the spell? 60 feet?
30 feet.
30 feet, yeah, because they're about 30-ish feet away now. You know, you would have been able to find it. It's like the minute it comes in, bam, catches your attention.
Yep. It's like they're. So where would they be in the building? If it's a rectangle.
They're not even in the building. They're outside of the building at the very base where like the platform that the actual temple is built on. They're below the temple, hiding around the back.
Alright.
Right where there's probably the least amount of people and the least foot traffic.
Great. They're right around over here. I see them. I can see them.
Okay.
Okay.
Lead
well,
the way.
Yeah,
Great. I lead the way. And
He leads the way 25 feet.
Show us the way.
Oh my god.
And then you're standing there over these people. You are all looking at an empty space. And he's just sitting there like,
Are you sure?
Damn.
Have you lost your mind, Lothric?
No, I'm literally looking. Can I see them?
you can see
The aura.
humanoid shapes. And as you get closer, one of them stands up. Another one kind of turns and looks. The one laying down does not move.
Just like.
Oh.
So I say, I'm just
fuck,
like,
who's dead?
I can. It's just like, I can see you. I mean, not your physical form, but I can see your aura around you. You might as well just drop the spell now. We need to talk.
Well, would that be a waste of a good spell? And Didani says as she drops the invisibility she had cast on. And you all see Didani standing there, looking at you. Jade currently sitting there, kind of holding Amelia's head in her lap, and Amelia, who is stabbed and bleeding, is laying there, unconscious, potentially not breathing.
We are chopping the fuck down there.
I want to do something really kind.
Yes.
I want to go immediately to Amelia, and I want to do my lay on hands. I want to give her half of what I have in my lay on hands.
You take a step forward, and Jade pulls her rapier.
Relax, I'm gonna heal her. If it looks like I'm about to kill her, you can kill me. Stab me through the throat and take my head off my body. I'm not gonna kill Amelia. I lay my hand on her and I do my healing, and I heal her. I'll do 20. For a long rest. We're not going to get a long rest for a long time. Yeah, I want to keep at least 15 health points. I'm going to heal her 20 points.
20 points?
With my lay on hands.
Alright. You do so, and you
I get up and I
see the
back
stab wound that you made close. While you do this, the blade does not leave your throat.
It's like...
It's there, ready, waiting, and as you finish and you see the wound close, you take a step back and she just lets the blade falter. Just kind of puts it down on her knees and is waiting and watching. She's not saying anything. She's just kind of watching and trying to eye you all up.
I try to take a step forward to Didani to try to embrace her in a hug.
Didani hugs you back.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's you. She would hug you, and she kind of takes a second. She's dressed in very fine robes at this point, finer than before. Kind of this kind of lavender purple color with silver trim around the edge. It's very nice. Nicer than you have ever seen her have. And she hugs you, and you can feel the quality of the fabric. It's very soft. There is almost a silky element to it. It is very clearly special. She's gone up from what you've known before. And she hugs you and just kind of puts you back out to arm's length and is looking at you. Just, what are you all doing here?
That's a long story. It's a long story.
Yeah. We should sit.
Well, first things first.
Laugh it out?
No, you cannot laugh it out.
No, hola.
Hola.
No, you cannot laugh it out.
What exactly? What was that? What happened? Why were you there?
We knew that there was a plot to murder someone in the city, and didn't know who it was. So in order to investigate and to figure out what was going on and what parties were at play, we took the job.
Oh.
We had no idea it would be you. And this, we didn't want to do it.
Make a persuasion check.
Y'all,
Good luck.
send the prayer.
Send the love. Send the love.
Good juju. Come on, B.O.B. dice. Do not fail me now. What am I making? Persuasion?
Yep.
Oh God.
You're having a panic attack, is what
Oh
you're doing.
God.
Yep.
I didn't realize.
Not 20.
Oh!
I've never seen this dice roll that before.
That's
I
awesome.
see the B.O.B. symbol. It's a nat 20, and then I get a 3 on top of that. 23.
So 23 in total.
Damn.
So you had no idea about
We had no idea.
anything. Did you know
No.
about...
We knew it was a shady job request to murder someone at a specific time right in front of the palace.
And you
And we knew it
took
didn't
this
sound
job, why?
to figure out who the targets were. Went in with the thought of if it's someone important, someone we know we don't want dead, that's gonna cause problems with the Empire or the world,
Double agents.
we're not gonna do it, and instead we're gonna turn our back on the employer.
Make another persuasion check.
Send it alone.
Or, here's the question. Would you have turned your back on the Infinite Blades if you had to kill them? Were you prepared to turn your back on them?
On
If
Like,
you
Our contractor.
if you were fully prepared to turn your back on the Infinite Blades, it's persuasion. If not, it's deception.
Oh, shit.
well, in my mind, the employer is the person who brought the job to the Blades, not them.
Yeah, but they're the ones that hold it. They're the
We took the contract from the Blades,
yeah.
not from the guy. If it
The
was
only
from the guy,
reason
we
we
probably
found
would have
out it
turned his
was
back. From the
Jermaine is
Blades,
that they
we
pulled
wouldn't
his
have.
ass in.
So it's
Yeah.
deception. Is that Matt one now? Write that down.
I am. Oh,
I told you I'm gonna say
You
that
know
every
what?
time now.
You are 1 for 1 at the very least. It's better than just 9s.
Okay.
She kind of looks. She kind of looks to you and is like, well, first things first. We can tell that there's some sort of a spell on her, but is somebody do something about this?
Spell on who?
And she kind of gestures to Amelia, who, at this point, if I'm not mistaken, as per Feign Dead, she is not visibly breathing. She appears dead.
Oh. I just kind of look at Timmy and I'm like,
Yeah, it's only been maybe an hour, and I don't know if it'll last that long, but for cinematic purpose for this, we'll say it did. Just so that we can have it be dealt with. Because then, if it is a thing, you can drop it whenever you want. It may be only like a minute. I didn't even check.
Oh, yeah. It will last for an hour.
Okay, so it should be ending relatively soon. You can feel that it's coming to an end relatively quickly, and you can drop it whenever you like. So
Yeah, so I take my hand and I touch it to Amelia's shoulder and I dismiss the spell
all right.
to return to life.
As you do, she sits forward with a gasp. She just and just kind of grabs, and she's got like you by the sleeve, just heaving and just breathing heavy, just trying to like come back out of it. I mean, it's like almost flatliners. So she's like, where are we?
Good morning, Princess.
Oh God.
I guess it's good to see you all again. Maybe we need to talk.
Yeah.
She kind of lets you
Yes,
go.
we do.
Lets you go and sits up and leans back against the wall. Noticeably, she has her hand on her sword hilt. She's just watching you all with skeptical expression.
fair.
Yeah.
Fair. We did try to murder her.
The Dottie turns.
I mean, to be fair, I'm the one who stabbed her.
Yeah.
I'm the one who gave her that wound, but I just healed her.
As an old man too, so she,
Yeah. She doesn't know.
Sure.
Thank goodness.
But she kind of sits there, waiting and watching. Tadani kind of turns to the rest of you, and Jade is just kind of look on her face, just thinking, frustrated, trying to figure everything out, stressed out, obviously. But Tadani kind of turns and is like, "Well, you took this job. It seems like you may have had good reasons. Tell me."
We tell her the same thing.
The same thing.
The same thing. Don't want to change up the story now.
It's there. Well, if you had heard about this job and you decided to take it in an effort to figure out who it was, why continue? You murdered 8 guards.
That was before we knew it was you guys.
Those men had families.
With all due respect, Your Highness, there's a lot of death that happens in battles, and yes, we did not know it was you at the time, but the guards that were accompanying you in our contract, we didn't know if they were going to be double agents as well. It was not a choice that we wanted to make, but it was something that we did for the contract. As soon as we found out it was you, we had backed off, and we had gotten out of there and stopped the contract in its feet. And we left because it was not something we wanted as soon as we found out that we were fighting you and your company.
She kind of touches the stab wound.
Ow!
Because you stabbed her once before you knew, and then twice after you knew. So she's like thinking about it.
Yay.
What would you have done if it wasn't us?
Considering the contract was to stop a potential assassination, we assumed if it wasn't you, it was going to be an assassination against you. So we probably would have gone through with it had we known to try and protect the crown.
The logic is not
You need to
What do you mean?
make a persuasion check.
Wait, before I do that, wait, why
You
would...
just. What?
She said we took an assassination contract. You said we were rooting out assassins. So she's
We were
confused.
assassins.
Wasn't the people we
The
were
way that
all
you-
trying to...
No.
The way that you framed it so far, which you could continue with, is that there was potential for there to be double agents within the guard around her. Right? And
Yeah.
that those potential double agents, like the banner, may
Wasn't
have...
the contract was we were to assassinate potential assassins?
No, we were to assassinate the people in the carriage. We knew nothing about them. We were the only assassins in the picture.
Oh!
Reiterate what Lockwood is trying
No,
to
no,
say.
this is me talking, not Lothric now. I thought that was the contract.
No.
Okay.
No, it was kill everyone traveling with the banner.
Okay, okay. Well then, I'm still gonna go with what I am saying.
You sure?
That's the clarity, is that way you know, but you can definitely
Because
be
if
like,
because if we
we're
can
pretty
trace
sure
this,
that there were
we're
other
not
assassins involved. And we need to like make sure that there aren't other rogue agents. That
Exactly. That's how I'm. That's what I'm phrasing it as. That
Yes.
we're.
Well, okay.
Which you could make work, because there was a bannerman and Germain.
Exactly.
I'm
That's what I'm
not
doing. No, I'm
Yes.
already. I'm still doing this.
So
I have to make a persuasion check.
check.
Okay.
Because this persuasion check is basically a what do you mean conversation where she has to figure out if she's going to trust what you're saying rather than just flat understand it entirely.
Persuasion. Oh shit! But I'm still exhausted, so I have disadvantage.
Yep.
Damn, that was a 19.
Just roll higher.
Well,
Or have another 19.
yeah. It's a 19, but I rolled a 19 on my second roll.
Hey.
Maybe a 22.
That's pretty good.
But it's 19 then.
So you were concerned about, and Didani kind of takes over. It's like you were concerned about other rogue agents within the palace guard.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
What would lead you to believe that there may be other agents?
We were told by man who hired for the job that he had agents on the inside. So our goal, our mission was to get in, find out who the targets were, leave everyone alive, but get out without tipping off who had hired us that we were going against them. Make it look like we just paid the mission. The goal.
Okay. Johnny, do you trust him? Johnny kind of looks you all over. I get the sense that we need to have more of a discussion. Potentially in different circumstances. And then, if you're doing a good thing, we may need to rely on your help. And Amelia kind of turns to Jade and is like, Jade, you travel with them the longest. What's your opinion? Jade's face is still relatively stoic. I don't know. This is the kind of stuff that they would do.
Hey, I have to say.
This is the kind of shit that they would do. When we travel together, we tend to leap before we look. And that has gotten us before in plenty of trouble. I think we saw an entire cult decimated because we put me in a bag of holding. With all due respect, Princess, when you confirm the existence of a legend by being idiots, you let things kind of happen as they go. And there's no planning when it comes to chaos, which was our MO. It may have changed. But if what they say is true, and there are members of this group that are very trustworthy, I would say that if we were to have more conversation in better circumstances, we may be able to rely on them. The princess kind of nods. Well, then I suppose we do need to continue our conversation a little bit more. I appreciate everything that you've been doing, and rest assured, you don't have to tackle this alone. I'm sure you're aware of the current war in standing. There are plenty of groups that would wish harm to our nation, and I applaud and thank you all for stepping in when you saw a risk. I just wish that you would have communicated it with us first. But I understand that you may have had your reasons, and so please come with me back to the palace. We need to bring this forth to the collective where you can share what you know, discuss plans for next steps. So what do we do now? If the peace is in danger and the citizens of the city are in danger, we need to address it. We need to find out who your contact was. We need to move everything on from there.
Between going down now, we have been able to keep up the contact, and we know who is gone.
And who is this contact?
The Doke Kingdom is trying to kill you.
The Doke Kingdom.
To unsettle the Empire. And I know who they sent.
Not the Lebed Empire? Well, how do you know this?
And I pull out the sword. Hopefully this one she read.
She holds the sword for a moment. Right. Oh, look. Well, I'm not happy to see him again. We need to bring this evidence forward.
It's okay, you don't have to see him again.
And why is that?
He's dead.
Did you kill him?
No, but we had some help.
He's also the one who summoned the demon that's currently rampaging around the city.
Oh, Lord, that's right. We need to get back to the palace. We need to return and assure the guard, find the general, talk to the collective. We need to restore peace as quickly as possible. The citizens are in fear until we do so. No one should live in fear. Well, help me up. Just kind of puts her hands out.
Yeah. Love it. I go out.
Mostly Lemna because you're fucking exhausted.
And
So-
can everybody walk?
Barely.
You need a ride, Lothric.
No, I'll just call forth my steed, my noble steed.
Oh, that's right. You have a thing now.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I can't be your horse no more. You're
No.
my horse.
I summon my steed and it takes the form of a... Okay, I'm gonna do this at random. So I have warhorse, a pony, a camel, an elk, or a mastiff. So that's 5 different things. And if it's a 6, I get to choose. So I'm rolling a d6.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I want randomness, it's fun.
Especially when the random.
It's a 2, so I'm riding a pony.
You're riding Lil Sebastian. That's what you're doing. Lothric, astride his majestic miniature pony, is just kind of going. It's fine. It's not like it's going to be suffering, but this kind of in the space in front of him, and you can determine exactly how it looks, but this semi-translucent, almost kind of spiritual-esque horse, this little pony, arrives and just kind of turns and looks over the shoulder.
It is a fey pony.
Ooh la la.
It's just
All right, well that's something. Anyone else need a ride?
if whatever haste we can make would be important. There may currently be still threats within the city, and they may, traveling with me, see us all as targets.
Should I make people invisible again?
This is what he looks like.
Oh my god,
I ride in him.
really?
Yeah,
So
he's
you're-
the pony.
You're
He
riding.
is a pony.
You're riding a My Little Pony.
I'm riding
He's riding
shiny
shiny
armor. Hey, I could have chosen Big Mac, but I didn't, because shiny
Why
armor.
didn't Big Mac get handsome?
No, shiny armor.
Show me.
I thought you wanted a
No, Big Mac. I
himbo.
want to see what.
What?
In the world of ponies, Big Mac is the himbo. Don't even with me.
No, shining armor is also a himbo.
He is not as much of a himbo.
Oh my
Let's
god.
see the comparison between these two here.
Big
Big Mac is
He's
sexy.
like the shy, quiet farmer boy.
This is Big Mac. He's also, I mean, yes, Big Mac. Let's be honest. I'm riding Big Mac.
You're right.
But shining armor is also a very.
He's not.
Yes,
In
he
fact,
is.
kind of hate him.
I know.
He's horrible. Cadence could have done so much better.
All right. For
Okay.
visual, what My Little Pony are you riding through?
Big Mac. He's a bad pony with orange mane and tail.
Otherwise, I'm just picturing Lumba giving this, like, you know, militaristic side eye just at this
No.
pony.
He is a fey Big Mac pony,
Oh, the My Little Ponies are definitely fake.
but he doesn't have the cutie mark. He don't got that apple on his ass. Yeah, his ass is already an apple.
It's like a birthmark on a wheel. It's like,
Look that she just.
it's like a birthmark on a real horse that you're like, that could be an apple, but it's not quite.
No.
Yeah.
This is wrong.
Hey, you're talking
We
to a
gonna go
furry here.
now?
You jump on this horse, this pony, that, by the way, is really not that much larger than you. So, like,
Nice.
it's like
Side
weirdly
saddle.
comical. Yeah, so you're like,
I'm like side
you're
saddle.
effectively riding a table through town is like the equivalent, like sitting down, just still kind of relatively talking to people, like casually, like when you're at the very end of your work shift and just kind of hanging out with your coworkers for a second. Amelia is kind of looking around. Well, I would appreciate if you would all help ensure safe travel.
And I'm a horse.
Let me do the talking if we run into any of the guard.
Yeah. That's probably smart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you make your way out from around the side of the temple. You can see it's relatively open, open to the wind and open to the rest of the space. And as you come out from underneath the shadow of the temple below, the people that are actually up and in the temple, hiding, staying safe, being there for worship in this kind of trying time here, are all fixated and watching as what is effectively, you know, the ruler of the empire passing by on a horse. Yeah, so you're all kind of making your way through, and as you reach the main kind of thoroughfare, the main road that leads on, it's going to take you past the bridge that this all actually went down. You're gonna have to cross the bridge.
Oh my god. Okay.
And as you're making your way, you see individuals stopping and staring, kind of watching as you go by, mouths wide open. People are crying. People are relieved. This is, you know, the ruler is not dead kind of a moment. There is still hope.
But isn't that demon thing kind of like where we need to go?
You don't know.
Can you see it?
Not right now. Especially not with an 8 perception. But anyway, so
Hard perception.
you continue.
I was gonna say, I have dark vision.
And you can see a number of the guards. You would assume that there probably isn't a terrifying rampaging beast based on the fact that there aren't guards sprinting to where you assume it would be. So it's at the very least probably not nearby. I would probably have maybe handled it by now.
Wait, he conjured it, right?
Yeah.
We killed him. It should be gone then. Because when you conjure something, when the caster is gone... Unless it was a different kind of
Spooky
conjure.
magic.
True, very true.
Magic.
He also notably used
Magic
an
can do
item.
anything.
Oh! Yeah, no, that thing ain't disappearing at all.
Nope.
Not unless it's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Continue.
So you all make your way towards the bridge where you see a large number of crowns, kind of town guard people, in their armor, moving and settling, and there's blood all over this bridge from where you absolutely slaughtered these people, these guards.
Damn, somebody fucked up this bridge real bad.
You can see a pile of bodies slowly being kind of laid out on a cart covered in white cloth from the guards' bodies. They're slowly being collected by other guards. Their co-workers who are now kind of taking a moment to collect and clean the space as best they can. As you approach, the cart is on the opposite side, so like right near the plaza that's before the actual castle walls. You're able to kind of cross the bridge. The guards stop and watch you, but nobody stops the princess as she's slowly making her way. She, as you reach the opposite side of the bridge, just kind of pats, because she's riding you as a beast-shaped horse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she kind of taps your side. Give me a minute. Hops down. Let me see him. Kind of walks over to the cart full of bodies.
We're like, whoop-de-doo-de-doo.
Yeah.
I need to know. And the guard there is just like, oh, yes, and pulls some of the blankets back, and you can see the faces of these individuals. Some of them, their necks broken. Some of them still slightly foaming at the mouth from being poisoned to death. A few of them slashed and bleeding. She kind of takes a moment with each. Thank you. Have their families come to the palace. And then goes back, climbs back on top. Alright, let's go. And you continue making your way through and onto the palace. You get the sense, based on this, she's genuinely trying. She's not used to rule. She's used to people, though, to some extent. She's doing everything she can to be good and be a good leader. You make your way onward to the palace, though, and this is where I think we take a break as you enter into the palace walls. You're all kind of making your way into the palace. You can see a number of guards all around. Basically just, there was, average amounts of guards, right? Every here and there. And in the palace you'd expect, oh, there's a couple by the gate, there's a few around. There's like a small crowd of them just assembled, prepared to defend if it's necessary. And you see quite a few individuals kind of milling about the interior of the castle, setting things up. They're basically preparing for a potential full-scale battle. If this is like a precursor of things to come, that kind of thing. Basically, as you come through, there's a thin veneer of order and stability over a small little bit of chaos as they prepare. And as Amelia comes riding in astride this horse, everyone kind of stops and turns, and you can feel this collective sigh, almost of relief. And then they kind of a little bit more casually continue preparing. Basically, their ruler is still alive. They're not sure what else to do in the meantime. They were terrified of what was going on. You make your way into the building. Remember, this palace is shaped like a wave. As you make your way in, you're coming in at the point where the wave would be crashing down onto you, kind of curving up and then back down on you. So you're at the very base of it. And as you enter, you make your way in, and there's this little foyer, and there are guards there, and, everything that way. She kind of taps your side again. No offense, please don't muddy up my house. Hops off, kind of starts walking in ahead of you all. Just follow me. We're gonna head to the throne room for now. And she leads on, probably 20 feet ahead, and Jade and the Donnie continue. Catch you run to head up to her, and you kind of follow behind.
I get off my steed and dismiss it, and it disappears.
I will de-horse.
I de-horsify.
I de-horse.
Big Mac kind of turns and is like, and then melts. It's just like, oh man.
I just look at Wofford like, really? A pony? A colorful pony?
Colorful pony.
Why not?
You couldn't have brought a real horse to life?
I mean, I could have made him start singing a song.
Could you have though?
Bum 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 ba da ba bum bum.
Nobody gets this reference but me.
Exactly, and I love it because you know what song it is. I could have started singing Bab's Seed.
But he didn't sing that song.
But his little sister did.
She sings most of the songs. We follow the princess.
Ignore us. We're talking. Yeah, ignore us. We can go on forever.
Meta lighting.
I'm just watching you two, Lemba and Rick, talking back and forth in the doorway.
Yeah.
But no, you follow your way in. She kind of reaches these large double doors, probably 30 feet high, and just kind of, as she approaches, before she even has to say anything or actually touch the doors, these two guards just kind of push them open. And it takes like them to do it. They're heavy doors. They're designed for siege. If the castle were to come completely under siege, you would need the literal like battering ram from the Lord of the Rings to break these doors.
Cool.
Yeah. They're designed to protect the throne.
Didn't that battering ram take a while to even get through some big, thick wooden doors?
Yep. And those are like the heavy doors. Like those are when they had to shut them. It wasn't a boom, a little quick throw it shut. It was like two dudes pushing them shut.
Oh no, but these are probably metal.
These aren't.
Oh, they're wood? I don't know.
They're large wooden doors. They're just heavily reinforced. And as they push them open, you see into the room beyond, which is a much, much larger room than anything that you've been in probably before. Given all of your backstories, even you with your family in the Feywild.
Not even Sudi.
Actually, yeah.
Like a palace?
Sudi, this is about on par. You're like not quite fazed by this, unless you really like the description. The rest of you are in awe at the rest of the room in terms of its size and everything it has. As you cross the threshold and enter the throne room, there are two things that immediately draw your eye. This polished marble and silver trimming of the room's more prominent features kind of catches your eye as you enter. And as you enter from these main doors opposite the throne, the rest of the room before you is upwards. Like, it feels like you're slowly walking up a grade as you slowly tilt your head back to take it in. The ceiling itself is a lattice of silver and glass, catching the light of the sky, whether it's sunlight, moonlight, or starlight. The sunlight, now shining through, catches and dances across the floor for the marble, almost like you're walking on starlight, even during the middle of the day. Just as quickly as your eyes flash to the ceiling, they're drawn by the sound of footsteps before you kind of take a step forward and you see people coming out from doors behind the throne, summoned forth into the council chambers. As you continue your journey to the center of the room, you see a small collection of these people making their way into the throne room, kind of left and right along the throne's pedestal and then down along a slow grade, finding their seats. The throne itself sits on a fountain of carved white marble that stretches from the very base of the room in a slow arching wave-like pattern that resembles the rest of the palace. It crests just before the base of the throne itself, holding it and whoever sits on it at the highest point of the room. Flanking this wave of marble is a kind of double-tiered set of marble steps that allow for people to traverse along, but they're not necessarily steps. They're too large to be that. As opposed to steps, they seem to be some sort of design for almost like an excessively long desk. And at places it levels out where you can see potentially people would be working and people would be, and you see chairs behind them. And then it continues on, just flowing as one solid piece of marble, down and along in this curve, almost C-shaped as you enter into this C-shape. It's large enough to fit this collection of people that have come in. They take their seats behind these seamless marble desks that surround the throne at lower levels than the throne themselves. These long desks, otherwise hiding the majority of their body, are emblazoned with silver and onyx symbols to denote each individual station and role within the collective. As you approach investigating these symbols, you step onto a large central solid silver disc, almost like brushed stainless steel. As you stand there, you take a second, your eyes kind of glancing down. It feels like the brush pattern of the metal itself flows beneath your feet without you actually having to move. Just shifting and finding its place in a peaceful kind of dance of sorts. Each individual finds their respective seats in this semicircle and kind of turn to look at you as Amelia Remont takes the throne. You watch these individuals bow their heads in submission to the young regent. And even these striking and colorful individuals from the Remont Collective pay their respect to what is otherwise a pretty young woman. So just for your guys' clarification, this is how the room is set up. That is the room. The throne is the much larger section up here, and then these are each of the desk places as you kind of go along. That way you know who is where and what I'm talking about there. To the far left, almost directly to your left, sits a tan-skinned halfling man with bushy eyebrows and a chin-strap furry beard. Otherwise, he just kind of sits there watching you from his seat with wary intrigue at your current situation. He wears a fine red robe with golden rings on his fingers, and he sits in his seat, kind of leaning forward on the edge of the marble desk, curiously watching with his chin resting on his hands, the hint of a smile across his face. Beside him, there. Beside the halfling man sits a human man with a long mane of shoulder-length, sun-bleached blonde hair. He has cracked skin from what you would assume to be plenty of days of labor under the sun. He has a prominent smile line around his eyes and across the creases of his cheeks. While not an old man, his age is apparent. Even still, you can see beneath his clean white shirt and even on his forearms the subtle tensing and flexing of dense musculature. This belies his strength even in his older age. Clearly there's power in him yet, and his eyes, intelligent and calculating, watch you from where he sits, considering the situation at hand. Besides him, closer to the front of the room, sits a dark-skinned woman. She, contrary to this picture here, she has her head shaved down the right side. Right down this, here. She has this stern expression. Her head is shaved on the right side of her face, while her raven hair on the left is draped loosely down the other side of her body. Down her neck, obscuring what look to be very prominent burn scars down the entirety of the left side, covering from around the forehead where she cannot necessarily hide them, and then down along her neck. Powerful indicators of what she seems to have survived. Even more striking are her eyes, though. Where normal human eyes would be, you instead see small golden orbs. Glowing with arcane light, they move to watch you all take your place on that central disc in the throne room. As she stares at your party, she gives off a harsh, kind of unfeeling demeanor to some extent. Her inorganic eyes harden and her brow furrows as she sees Sugi. She wears a yellow robe with well-defined shoulders and a red sash around her waist that dangles to a long tassel along her left side. Beside this
your audio is coming now.
Alright, here. Let me see. Okay, good. I'll make sure that's still there. Beside this woman is a human man wearing a fine white linen kind of shirt with billowing sleeves. He wears suspenders to hold up his pants, and otherwise doesn't seem to dress that different from a common person. He has more kind of striking features in terms of how he has his hair, with short-cut black hair and an extremely finely curated handlebar mustache that he compulsively fiddles with as he makes eye contact with you. The minute that he does make eye contact with you, he's analyzing each of you. You can see it in his eyes. He's trying to look through you. And as he does, he's fiddling even worse with this mustache. Almost subconsciously fiddling as a nervous habit. Skipping across to the other side of the room, what you see is a woman with tightly tied back black hair that's going gray in places. The hints of elven lineage as a half-elf and the crow's feet around her eyes tell you that not only is she a half-elf there, but that she's been alive for quite some time. She wears blue plate mail armor and a verdant green over-the-shoulder cape across her back. On her back is strapped a large greatsword that otherwise is obscured as she faces you now. Arguably the most armed of the entire collective, she glances to you as you approach, watching you as guardsmen tend to whisper in her ear, informing her of something. Make a perception check.
All of us?
Anybody that would like to.
I would.
I got high perception.
Yeah, I'm perceiving. Nothing. I'm perceiving nothing.
19.
Mine's a 9.
Also a 19.
Oh, that was a
Ooh.
bad roll.
I did
Roll.
not roll anything higher than a 9. What the fuck?
Apparently not. The
Like,
two of
yeah, my
you.
dice.
Yeah, I'm probably not enough. Really just the two of you. Nobody else can really catch this, but Sudi and Lemma, you notice and kind of hear very quietly as the guard whispers that the creature has been dispatched, the people are safe, but we have started production for wanted posters for the individuals involved. We will be posting them around town and requesting any information.
Say that again.
You didn't hear it. So don't worry.
It's not good.
She kind of finishes, the guard finishes, and she nods and waves him off, her stoic face betraying no hint as to the information that she was given. And she takes her seat, one hand out of sight as she leans her elbow on the top of the counter, just out of sight, prepared for it. Besides this armored woman, one seat closer to the throne, but not quite yet beside it, you see an extremely curious-looking woman take her own place. As she takes her seat and walks forward, you can see that she doesn't really walk per se. Instead, she has a much more smoother movement than those around her. Her reddish-brown hair hangs in finely tended to waves around her head, hanging just below her shoulders and falling to around her middle back. She wears a simple black and gold-colored robe that speaks to her station. Along the edges of her face and forearms, you can't help but notice some sort of rusty coloration. Make another perception check if you like.
Alright. Because would I have my
Another
advantage on this?
19.
Oh, I got a natural 20.
Nice.
Do you have your shield out, or do you have to have your shield out?
I just have to have it equipped, which I do.
Equip, which you do. Yes. Yes.
So does that advantage cancel out then, and just it's a straight roll then?
Yes.
Okay, then I got a 25.
25. Okay.
Mine was a dirty 20.
Oh, all right. The majority of you are somewhat aware of this kind of phenomenon. You're not exactly sure what she is, but she has little rust-colored scales. They're like very clearly scaled pieces on her skin.
No, she's probably
Otherwise,
She's a siren.
Otherwise, this pale-skinned
Bruh.
woman leans forward against the edge of her desk, steepling her fingers and watching you all enter. Her reddish-colored eyes calculating and observant, even as she smiles relatively warmly to the rest of your group. She is noticeably taller and just a little bit generally larger than everybody else in this space. Yeah.
Like 6'5"?
More like the equivalent of a normal person versus Lady Demetresk.
Oh,
She's big.
baby.
Shit has changed since we last saw her, huh?
Uh-huh.
You're old.
Damn.
She's leveled up. Beside this woman, Didani kind of takes an empty chair. As you watch, she waits for another person to enter and take their seat before she sits in it of herself. When she does, immediately kind of brushes hair from her face before opening a book and dipping her quill in ink pot as she pulls from a drawer beneath the edge of this desk. Quill at the ready for the conversations that are to come, seemingly prepared to take notes throughout the meeting that would happen or be helpful. Beside Didani is an empty chair that, as she finally gets settled in, is taken. This isn't necessarily the best picture. The easiest way to describe it is picture the grandma from Steven Universe of Stewfish Pizza.
Okay.
But a gnome.
Oh, cute.
You don't see a person at first, and all of a sudden you just see this little tight puff of white hair rise out of sight below the desk. As a dark-skinned gnomish woman, ancient even by gnomish standards, slowly and creakily climbs an unseen set of stairs to reach her seat. As she takes it, she pulls a silver bauble from her white and cream-colored robes and just kind of slowly pulls it open, almost like one of the professors telescoping pointers, and then as she does, pulls it, and then just kind of keeps pulling it, and then puts it with this into the floor. What you see there now is a human-sized staff, like an arcanist's staff if it was for like an average-sized human person, but she's a gnome, so she just has it.
But it's like retractable.
Yep. So
That's
she
cool.
settles it down into a smaller space. Before settling into the back of her chair. For the first time, though, she kind of notices your presence, but weirdly seems disinterested, yawning and obviously tired and frustrated by the circumstance. She's not having any of it. Kind of a, I'm too old for this shit kind of an attitude. Amelia, though, takes the throne. And I'll show you her new picture as well. Amelia...
She got more.
Yeah.
She got more bad.
Amelia
She got real.
takes the
good.
throne, walking up with Donnie and leaving her at her own seat because she was leading the rest of you in. Jade takes a moment and finds another space to stand within the chamber. But she walks up to where the throne is at the crest of the wave before removing her rapier from her hip and placing it within its scabbard to lean against the side of the throne. The blade still readily at hand should it be needed. She sits now looking down at you from her elevated position on the throne, maybe 10 to 15 feet above your head. She shifts in the seat, kind of for just a second. The throne itself is obviously made for someone larger than she is in frame. You remember that based on everything that you've heard from the Infinite Blades through Lemba, Samson Remont, Amelia's father, recently survived an assassination attempt that has left him in some sort of mystery illness and otherwise unfit to hold court. Amelia, it seems, representing the Remont bloodline, is serving as Empress Regent for the time being, a role that, while she is, an adult, is still much too large for her. She's not comfortable in it yet. Even as she fills her father's shoes and sits as a proverbial child on the throne, you do see the determination to do her best and to make the best of it and do a good job etched into her face. Air of professionalism coming over her now that she is, at this point, heading the Remont Collective. So, this is kind of where we're at.
I'm in a very large room with very important people in it. I'm nervous.
Yes,
Yeah, we all are.
Ooh.
this
Damn.
is the room. Here's Amelia on the throne, or next to it, apparently. The other individuals around it, right on over here, some guards. There are plenty of people around. And you're standing at the center of this silvery steel moving disc that isn't necessarily actually moving, but has the illusion that it is doing so. And staring at it for too long on a broader scale can kind of give you a little bit of motion sickness. It's still a relatively cool effect. So Amelia takes the throne and kind of sits there for a second and sighs. Thank you all for coming. As you can imagine, and I'm terribly sorry, there has been an incident at the Rivertop Bridge. Knowing what we know now, we have come and collected the court to discuss the event, share what we are aware of as individuals that were present, and determine a course of action given the recent war effort and the information that is to be provided. These individuals were present at the bridge and took it upon themselves in their due diligence to look after not only myself, but Didani, apprentice arcanist, and ultimately Jade, former traveling companion of theirs and assistant here and within the castle. I would appreciate if you all would share this experience and what you know with the collective. We will ask plenty of questions, And eventually we will all have a clear picture. These individuals on this panel of this collective court represent experts within each of their own fields. Each of them is vital to the running and actual rule of the Empire. So please, offer them your utmost respect, as I'm sure they will do to you. She kind of says with a little bit of a nudge of be nice guys to the court. So just kind of
Comforting.
yeah, she said, but first and foremost, before we can continue, she motions forward with her hand, and the doors are very slowly shut. As you all watch, the doors shut, and there's this wave of blue energy that goes up from the base of the doors along the seam and out. And the guards that are there just kind of turn and nod, and she says, all right, we can now continue. First things first. I believe introductions are in order. She slowly introduces you to all of the court members while you find a way to, find yourselves for a moment, caught reeling within the chamber. But now you are aware of all of these individuals' names.
Good. Good. Okay.
So, she kind of looks to you now, expecting a announcement, introduction of who you all are. She knows you, but the court does not.
Well.
Hello, court of... Hello, wonderful court of the Remont Empire. My name is Lothric Fainwin of the Feywild, and this is our lovely traveling group. I don't know how to say this, but I'm trying to think of the
Your
word.
team name, Doofus.
Oh, I guess. We are the Crimson Tide, a band of rebels who go on adventures. It's just a common term for a band. and we're adventuring travelers along this wonderful world. Yeah, that's us. That's who we are. Any
The whole
questions?
time I'm trying really hard not to punch Lothric in front of this court. It's like,
You haven't been with us too long.
Lothric, probably outside of maybe Sudi, probably the more comfortable person in addressing a larger group like this. You're able to take a step forward and say all of this and end it with a flourish and then be done. And you turn to the rest of the group and Lembo's like, just kind of glaring at you.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? And then everyone else just kind of looks halfway starstruck for a second before whoever else would like to may introduce themselves. Say whatever they would like to say as they do.
I nudge Lemba and just see me.
I'm looking for the words, or the words because
Oh God.
I know. My mind too.
Tongue tied? Tongue tied?
A little bit. I just kind of shifted step forward with my ladies and gentlemen. I am Paul, and I was born and raised here in the Empire, not from a noble house. I should
The woman with the scales kind of is leaning forward, like, huh?
What did you say?
A word of advice, my dear. Please speak up whenever possible. It's a very large room. What was your name again?
I'm Lemba Claw.
It is good to know you, then. Kind of settles back forward.
I sit back and I nudge Celeste. Like,
Make a perception check, anybody that would like to, as she leans forward.
Doing that.
That Pashon?
Why is my roll so bad right now?
15.
15?
15.
Hold on. I mean,
Got
I have a
another
15 as well.
Alright. The majority of the rest of you are kind of busy looking around, like, oh my god, there's a lot of powerful people in this room. So it's a very big room. Oh god, and you're like kind of intimidated.
Very much so.
You two, in looking, to like look at her when she speaks, you notice the bottom half of her is natural. The bottom half of her is a large serpent.
Yeah, I was just like, yeah, she's a Sealy? No. What's the serpent one?
This is a Yamas.
What it
She's a
was.
fucking Yamas.
I was like, I know what this is. I know she wasn't a water thing because she would have needed water.
That's
It's
true.
Snake lady.
Snake
Yeah.
lady?
Yeah, human top
Like
half,
Medusa?
snake bottom half.
Oh my god, that's dope.
Right.
Okay, I step forward after her and I go, hi, everybody.
We're so bad.
I bow nicely from everybody. And I go, I'm Celeste Nixus. And I'm from Moonshade.
The Donnie kind of smiles and nods. Gives you a little thumbs up.
I give her one back and I slowly slide back into the group.
Studi, you're up. Make it count.
Shooty does not want to introduce her to this tour.
Oh yeah.
I look around like, do I have to?
You kind of don't have a choice.
I mean, none of us know your past, so we're saying, yes, you do, Shooty. What's wrong? These are all complete strangers.
What's going on? You only stabbed us in your dreams once. It's fine.
Judy walks up and gives a little bow, polite as she can. If it's so pleased as the court to introduce myself. I am Judy Ignacia. Despite appearances, I do not represent anyways.
You can see the woman with the golden eyes and the burn scars, dressed in Karakian garb as well. Kind of reminiscent of it at the very least. Kind of sees you and her eyes narrow. You get the sense that she knows to some extent who you are, and she's not happy.
That's my life.
Yeah. You can get the sense that like she's gonna be the angsty teen of this group when it comes to you. Like the cool, whatever, you know, that kind of thing.
Do I see this? Do I see her looking at me?
You do. It's easy enough to tell. She is totally not jazzed with you.
I give her a wink.
You do, and she goes and just kind of settles further in and is making notes. Glancing up to you and shakes her head and continues making notes.
Well,
X, of course, I'm sure, will come forward and introduce herself.
Where's Caroline? Did Caroline pass away? What happened?
She might have fallen asleep. It's possible.
She's dealing with animals.
Oh, there she is.
I'm Zorzi Cottle. You can call me X. I'm from the Miskeep. Thanks.
I guess it's my turn then.
Mhm.
I just give a modest bow and I say, greetings, I am Serenity. I also am from the Mesquite next to a small little, well, a pretty much modest-sized river. And I'm just with this traveling group of companions. Just going with the flow. That's it.
Kind of all settle back into loose formation to try to be comfortable and attempt to kind of find some sort of... It's weirdly like being a specimen on a dissection table. Standing on this silvery thing. You feel exposed. There are many eyes on you.
Yeah, we're about to tell these people we almost killed their princess.
Some of them friendly, some of them judgy, some of them curious, but a lot of them looking to you and trying to figure out anything they can about you. You get the sense these are very intelligent people. They didn't get to where they are. They have not gotten to where they are today without having a good head on their shoulders to some extent. That can be of comfort, luckily, as I'm sure many of you will find comfort in the fact that they will be relatively level-headed and at the very least respect the wishes of their queen. At this point, this kind of Empress Regent. Amelia kind of nods and says, and I am Amelia Remont. Really, I usually don't need to introduce myself, and I definitely don't to you. These individuals, save for these two here, Celeste and Lothric, I've had the pleasure of traveling with before. They were around when Germain, as you all know, had an attempted assassination during my trip to Timber Falls for the Empire Day Festival. Fortunately, their presence there averted tragedy, at least for myself. And their actions have been nothing but heroic since, if I have heard anything from Didani in the meantime. They have already taken it upon themselves to put an end to Yadav the Necromancer in Moonshade, where they met Didani. This averted tragedy for the citizens of Moonshade and allowed us to continue the production and trade of magical items on a national and international scale. So, bear in mind that these individuals, while ragtag to some degree, are very capable.
Ragtag.
Sudi, you know what I mean.
Good, if it was, we'd be screwed even more.
We'd be like,
Now please. Today's incident. While traveling across the Rivertop Bridge towards the actual palace with the Karakian diplomat in tow within our carriage, we were attacked. 8 of the guards slaughtered. The bannerman, the sole survivor of the attack, other than myself, the diplomat, Didani, and ultimately Jade. Fortunately, and however unfortunate as it is to say, those individuals of political interest survived, and unfortunately 8 of these guards lost their lives. In time, I will make a motion to compensate their families. For now, we have different matters at hand. These individuals leapt in, and at first, we were under the impression that they were the attackers. Though, in discussions after the fact, we have determined that there were ulterior motives to this attack, and ultimately, while some of us came to some amount of harm, much of the harm that could have been inflicted, given the power and their capabilities so far, was averted. Should they have been actually trying to kill us, we would not have survived. So, given all of this information, you, the Crimson Tide, stand within the Remont Collective now. Share the story. You have informed Didani and I, as well as Jade, of a individual that had hired you. A specter from the past, seemingly returned, and ultimately connections that have international implications. The importance of this cannot be stressed. We must be on the same page, and we must be prepared. Answer honestly. Tell us what you know.
Tell the story now. Okay.
Wait.
I'm gonna shut up, Lazarus. It's my story. I'm like, nope.
Lothric takes a step forward,
And I'm like, nope.
and Lemma goes,
By all means, please, regale them of the hearty tale that we have to tell.
Just the face I give him. I'm like, infants, ladies and gentlemen of perspective. Several days ago, it was brought to our attention that there was someone within the Empire, here in the capital, trying to plan an assassination. The only information we had on this plot was that it was supposed to happen at the bridge at noon on a given day, today. And that we were to murder anybody and everybody in the carriage as publicly as possible, leaving the bannermen alone. And then, assuming we let mayhem ensue after that. We had no idea who the targets were, or what the motive of the person playing this plot. This didn't seem right. People don't just run out assassinations in front of the palace with minimal details if something greater isn't going on. So, instead of blindly following this task, we decided to make a new plan. Our plan was to take the job, pretend, find out who the targets were by pretending to attack them, make it look to our heirers as though we simply failed the mission, so that we would know who they were attacking, what was happening, and get out before anyone, or with as few losses as possible. That way, whatever prominent figure they were attacking survives. Our trying to come up with better words. Employee.
Patron.
There we go. Our patron is none the wiser to the fact that they had been put across, so that we could then try to see if they were someone who needed confronting. As soon as we found out that who the target was, our princess and her family's companions, we got out, made it look like we had failed, went back to our employer and our patron, and confronted our patron. That is when we found out the truth. And the man, who I'm sure you all know, Remont Collective. Yeah, that was his name.
You say this, and you can see a number of them kind of our eyes widen just a little bit and glance up to Amelia and then back to you.
Was still alive, still plotting to kill the princess. He was working for the Dote Kingdom to destabilize the Empire.
They kind of look at you and take a breath. There's like a collective holy shit moment silently to themselves where they're like, oh god, this is a lot. Eventually, kind of Lord Thorian leans forward, but still fiddling with his mustache, and he just kind of, mustache guy. And he just says, if I may, who was your patron?
Germain for help.
You had dealings with Germain without understanding or knowing that it was truly Germain.
We did not actually meet him until after we had found who the targets were.
How did you come across this position? How did you achieve the information you would have required?
Hold on. No, this needed to happen. For many of my friends traveling with me, this is their first time in the city. I had the pleasure to live here for the past 6 or 7 years. In that time, I have worked in many capacities. For the longest time, I have worked for an organization here in the city that takes any kind of job offered to it. This job was brought to them, and through them, to me and us. They were the ones who discovered the plot, reached out to us to pull off this plan to find out what was happening and to try to stop anything that would cause a ruckus in the city.
The kind of serpent woman, the Yamas woman, leans forward now and... So, my dear, if I understand you correctly, what you are speaking of is a criminal organization that simply, out of interest for supporting the crown, hired you as a double agent of sorts, you and your merry band, to ensure that the contract was not completed, though that was the job that the organization that accepts all jobs had accepted. Why would this be?
I know it sounds a little crazy, but something that would throw the city and the Empire into chaos is not good for any organization. And it's not something we ever wanted. Whether we've done things that may be shady or negative in the past, not what we want to continue with. We wanted to make a step towards the right direction.
This organization, what is its name?
Here we go.
The whole time she's talking to you, she has this warm, kind of almost motherly smile, like, yeah, it's alright.
Yeah, she's a fucking snake. Yeah, I'm sure that's...
Figuratively and literally.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's a fucking.
I'm sure it's some sort of hoodoo she can do. I, and I alone, and party members simply agreed to help with this plan. I'm a member of the Infinite Blades.
You say that, and she kind of settles back with a smile. I had considered as much. I think we'll come back to them in a bit.
There.
And the, kind of mustache man, again, Lord Thorian, kind of nods to the woman. I see your point, but let's operate in our facts for now. Was the best way for you to determine, in your own belief, was the best way for you to determine that the targets were who you thought they were? To murder 8 individuals of the guard, and then let a monstrosity loose on the town? I take it that among your group, one of you is the mysterious old man, the mutated ram, and the plague doctor individual, as well as the oddly red-haired individual that seemingly vanished in a puff of red smoke.
To be fair, the demon was not us.
Made a persuasion check.
But it's the truth.
That's why it's not a deception check.
Fucking 9!
Oh no.
What evidence do you have to prove that you were not involved in the summoning of a demon from the abyss, this Merilith?
We have the head of the man.
Okay.
Lothric steps in. You have the head of the man.
Okay.
The man, yes, the man who conjured this.
Steps forward and says, Lothric, shut up. I step forward in front of the crowd and I say, I am the first to apologize for the number of guards that I myself had killed. We did not know at the time who was in the carriage, who we were supposed to kill. As soon as we found out, we retreated. And everything Lemba has told you is the truth. We did not meet our man who ordered the job until after we had decided not to kill our target. Then we discovered it was Germain, and we killed him. As I say that, I wrap his head out of my backpack and toss it in front of the people
Damn it!
and say, he's dead.
This is not what the princess needed to see today!
As you toss it forwards, you're tossing it probably like 10 feet below them. They're basically looking into like a zoo exhibit and just kind of looking down at this smear of wet charcoal across their nicely designed silver floor. And the head just kind of rolls and the jaw still open and like a silent scream is charred. They kind of all look down.
Why is there a chunk missing out of this? Didn't you take a bite out of the head?
Out of his neck. And
Oh.
then we took that.
Oh, never mind then. I thought she took a bite out of the head. Then I rescind
I'm
that.
like, oh my god.
The mustached man is kind of looking around the rest of the group. That's all well and good. I said let's operate in facts. This is cinder. This is charcoal. How do I know that this is not simply an unrelated victim?
Surely he still has magic attributes. He was a powerful sorcerer of sorts. He was able to conjure a horrible demon. Surely your magic in your report should be able to find a trace of it if it's still within his body, even if it is dead.
There may be something that we can do. Though we would need to find an individual capable of... And the serpent woman kind of raises her hand for a second to the rest of the group. I believe I can help with this. If I may. She kind of
Please do.
comes down from her seat. And you can see, it's like the pattern of a python. But rust-colored. Like you turn the red saturation up.
Hey.
And just kind of this almost rust-colored ruby red in places as she comes down. Very, very strong muscular build.
I immediately bow and get out of her way as a sign of respect.
She-
I know these creatures.
As she
They
comes
want
forward,
respect.
as she comes forward and makes her way past you all. And I believe the tallest among you are 6 feet, right?
Yeah.
She's almost 10. So
Everybody bow as a sign of
she
respect.
is she is
We're like,
like in terms of frame larger than an average person. And in terms of the serpent body, she is larger. So she just kind of comes along and makes her way to the very base of the throne. And as she does, she just kind of taps the marble and pulls out this thin strip and tosses it almost like this disc, and it just floats forward and stops just in front of you all. Of this kind of thin, sliced, polished ivory that hovers in place. She leans down and, after pulling a cloth from her kind of pocket, just grabs the head with the cloth so as not to touch it, and sets it down on top of this ivory kind of floating disc. After a moment, she turns to the rest of the group. We will have 5 questions. Consider them wisely.
Oh, I know exactly.
And begins casting some sort of a spell.
I know what she's,
Yeah.
I know what she's doing.
It's a spell that allows you to bring back the dead, and you can ask 5 questions. And the only reason I know this is because it was in the movie.
freaking D&D movie.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was fabulous.
Also, Lothric probably would know this. being an oath of knowledge paladin.
Yeah, I hope I know this shit.
So this, you would be able to say in character, and she says, "How very astute of you," and just kind of taps the forehead of this head before turning and making her way back up to her seat. The head sitting there is just down and jaw still open, the light from its eyes gone, very clearly dead. And as she finishes casting the spell and tapping it, it just goes and this kind of reddish, rusty red colored light emits from the eyes as the jaw, already open, moves, cracking back into place with this and it almost falls off of the ivory kind of disc there as it settles, but finally settles there in place. Just and just waiting. Amelia kind of turns to the rest of the collective. If I'm not mistaken, I should not be visible for this, correct? And the lady, the serpent lady, Lady Sharonis Mescath Sharonis here just kind of nods. My lady, yes. And so Amelia turns and just walks just out of view of the head. From there, the rest of this collective kind of stares for a second. There's a moment of silence as they are considering exactly what sort of question to actually ask. There's some deliberation. And then...
He's whispering this and
Yeah.
so it's not meta.
Yeah, no, he's whispering it to
I'm
you.
whispering this. I'm whispering
Yep,
this
in
to
here.
Serenity,
That's
just like, Cass. Do it now.
I cast on a truth.
We cast on the truth. Alright, everybody make a saving throw.
Wisdom save?
Does the dead guy automatically fail though? Or does he also get a save?
He also
He would get he would get a save if Speak with Dead specifically didn't say they're under no compulsion to tell the truth.
Oh.
There isn't an actual person here. This is just the memory of the person. Whatever the body remembers. Zone of Truth would latch on to the person.
So it's not worth
So
it.
So, he would have to tell the
It would-
truth no matter what?
No, it would not actually affect the head.
Woman.
Oh, well then it doesn't matter. Okay.
I thought of this, which is why I did the research.
Okay.
The spell that allows it to even do this says that it is under no compulsion to tell the truth. As it is not technically a creature anymore, it cannot make a saving throw or be targeted by the spell.
Oh, okay. I did not know that then.
Yes.
Yeah, then
But-
no.
It is a wonderful idea because I was like, oh my god, that'd be the amazing way to do this. So, very smart.
Damn, I thought I was being so big brain.
You were being big brain.
You were.
So,
Didn't work.
I was like, I know this is going to come up. They have Zone of Truth. I better do my homework.
Damn you!
Yeah, I know.
I like if you
sorry.
don't want to say anything.
Yeah.
Alright.
So,
There's the wisdom.
up to you guys.
It's the.
Oh, we have to ask for that?
No, they're going to ask a bunch of questions.
Oh, okay.
You guys, if you didn't make your saving throw for Zone of Truth or whatever else.
We're not doing
So
that.
In other words,
If
the
you're
dead
not
guy
the-
has Miranda rights.
The dead guy is able to, like, he has to answer the question as per the spell, but he is not affected by Zone of Truth. So he can lie through his teeth.
Yeah,
he is
Okay.
still-
Yeah, so you don't do
No,
Zone
I
of
don't
Truth.
do it. I don't.
Alright, they're gonna ask their questions and
They
then let's
have-
hope that it comes to work for us.
They have a moment of deliberation before Lady Mescath turns. Her eyes are glowing the same rusty red color. What was your intent in working with the Infinite Blades? The head of Germain just kind of sits there for a second, almost as if it is going to consider an answer. My intent was to perform my charge. The intent was to put the Remont Empire at odds with the wastes. Create
It was the waste?
chaos. Destabilize. Create terror. Lady Mescath just kind of sits there for a second, like, okay. And then turns to the rest of the group. They all kind of nod. Were you working alone? Who were your accomplices in this plot? You said you had a charge. Germain's head just kind of sits there, and you can see this faint little smile across its face. My accomplices. My charge. The Lebet Empire
He lied.
Lion.
has charged the individuals before you with an effort to spread chaos and deceit. In my travels, I gained their allegiance. The Crimson Tide are my accomplices.
Oh shit!
Wasn't me.
Well, we're bones, yo.
We literally killed
No,
this
it
guy.
wasn't us. We were here when they were together. We're safe.
The entirety of the collective slowly turn to look at you sidelong. Especially the one woman with the golden eyes just kind of looks and immediately turns to look directly at Sudi.
Sudi, you fucked. Oh shit.
Lady Mescath just kind of breaks her gaze from looking at the rest of you. If your mission was successful, what was the next step in the plan? The head still kind of slightly smiling. The Crimson Tide would be in charge of establishing additional posts for the Infinite Blades in an attempt to usurp the throne.
Why did you have to make it so bad for us?
Oh, we're boned. Like I said, we're boned, y'all.
Lady Mescath kind of turns. I, for one, would like to remind everybody within this collective, this head is under no compulsion to be honest with us. I recommend we take its words with a grain of salt.
More like a pound of salt, you know.
I don't bluff it.
As is a good recommendation. What, for our last two questions, should we ask of this head? kind of turns to look at the group, and the rest of the collective just kind of sits there thinking. The kind of moment that it takes has, as you watch, Amelia uncomfortable. And she takes a step forward and down and walks forward to the rest of your group. We get 5 questions. You all get to ask one. I have one of my own. You may ask one question. Please, an outside perspective, something we may not know, something we need to know. Please, one of you ask one question. Whatever you would need. Your service to the nation so far has at least afforded you that.
So she wants us to ask a question.
You get to ask one of the questions. There are 2 left. You get one, she gets the last.
Can my command spell work on him?
No.
It would be to target a creature, and this is no longer a creature.
Yeah.
I have ideas, but like,
This is another Nephilim.
I know, but I kind of feel like
I'm wondering if we should pick
this
him
is
off
not
our
the
target.
moment it's not worth, that's not worth using a whole question for.
Trying to get him to say something.
And like, part of me wants to ask, like, you were protected the princess for so long, why'd you turn your back on her and the Empire? But I have a feeling that's what the princess is gonna ask.
You don't know?
Do I ask him about that kind of stuff, or do I ask him about the Nephilim stuff? What do we think? Vote. Opinions.
The collective is watching you, waiting.
Just ask him the Nephilim thing.
Alright, fine, I'll be scared to do it! What do I want to ask? I thought I asked him, and denied it. Because he doesn't look like one, does he? He looks like a human!
No, as he burned, there's a good point that I should mention. As he burned, you can see the marks for like the actual skeletal aspect of the head. Has horns that have been cut off and ground down to the skull. But there are the marks where they were. The teeth have been very specifically filed down to appear human.
Ouch.
Specifically wanted to hide it.
Why did you...
I mean,
It
literally,
went
I have
to-
a chipped tooth right here that exposed a little bit
Why
of the
did you
nerve.
hide
and
it?
there's
But
nothing-
that's not it. That's, I know the
I
answer
can't
to that.
Hey, we don't.
anymore.
Just
That's
filing it down.
It
hurts.
hurts.
Those were drastic measures to cut, and you know, because it's not like when you bump your horn,
It
it
falls
isn't
off.
painful. It's not just bone. There are blood vessels in it.
Just like your actual tooth, it hurts to have that nerve exposed. It really hurts. Like you
On
cannot
too
chew on a
hot
chip.
or too cold of a day,
Like, if
your
you want a
horns hurt just a
it
little
hurts.
bit.
Alright,
like
maybe that is a good question. Okay, I'm gonna ask him.
So he went to great lengths to make sure that he was appearing to be human.
Alright, I'm gonna ask him about that.
Great.
You went to great lengths to appear human. Cutting off your horns, taking down your teeth. Maybe even changing the color your skin naturally was. Why did you put yourself through so much to hide what you were?
The head kind of still grinning. You can see the eyes, the light pupils. Arcane in nature because the eyes beneath are actually just rayed dead. Glance over to you. And that smile grows wider.
Ah,
With my charge, as it is yours, part of the mission. Blend in. Get close.
Can't say anything else to him. Princess gets
I mean, if there's anything I would like to ask, if we are sensing that he is trying to make this all seem like it's our fault or like we're the enemies, maybe we could just ask him a question. It's like, why do you have the compulsion to make it seem like we're the enemies or something like that? Like, why are you worried on this?
Well,
Blah, blah,
we-
blah,
we-
blah.
Well, I feel like, what do you mean?
Yeah. And we don't get any more
I'm not lying
questions.
about
Yeah,
anything.
But it's like, yeah, we
Amelia.
pretty much use up one of the questions.
This episode, I'm like, what?
Turns
Princess.
to the rest of you. I think the rest of you will appreciate this. She reaches forward and grabs the head by the hair. And the teeth tense, almost like there would be pain, but he's dead. There's no pain. It's an object. She says, "Tell me, Germaine, when you died, what were you beholden to? And what level of hell did your soul achieve? So that I can find you there and end your second life."
What life would there be left?
The head smiles. I am beholden to my father. And my father death cannot hurt me. And then the head sighs, and this little bit of rust-colored reddish mist escapes from the mouth and fades into this clear nothingness as Lady Muscat's eyes go back to normal and the head slumps and falls off the ivory. Falls limp in her hand as she tosses it across the throne room. Somebody clean that up. Put it somewhere painful. She turns and makes her way back up towards the throne, wiping her hand from all of this greasy charcoal mark, like really, really burnt bacon on her hand.
Gross.
Yeah. Well, those were the questions. Now we deal with what we know. I, for one, do not believe that the Crimson Tide had any real ties to... What was his name?
Gerald.
Geronimo?
Jeremy?
Gasket.
Gregory?
I trust that the rest of this collective can see my point.
I mean, if we have to make any other points out of our own mouths, I can just do Jordan Stone the truth again, and then that way they know.
I also pull it out. I don't have it with me. It's at home somewhere. I pull out. I'm
Just
like, I
put it
still
in the
also
belly,
have the
honestly.
note that proves he worked with the Note Kingdom the first time he tried to kill you.
Please, the general in the armor comes and takes it from you. Begins reading it, walking back to her desk. As she's sitting there reading it, she's thinking, and the rest of the collective kind of moves on. I actually think that ensured honesty would be appreciated. So, if you all would not mind, and the kind of halfling man in the red robes off to the side just kind of leans over and taps a switch on the side of his desk. Out of sight for the rest of you, you hear this little... And this blue light from the door is mirrored on the silver surface below you.
Cool.
And it just shoots up in the air around you, almost like it's being underlit around the seam of where this disc is. You can all choose to, should you wish, willingly fail your saving throw. Or you can attempt to make your saving throw against zone of truth.
But they know.
They would be aware of anyone that succeeded.
No, I'm willing.
I'm willing failing.
Failing.
I'm failing.
Duty.
I think this is the only time that you could ever say if you're in a school to say, I'm willing to fail.
Duty straight says, ooh, I don't know about that.
With a great amount of disgust, I think.
Oh,
Really.
thank God.
We're gonna assume X also will.
You feeling it? I would assume she would fail.
For now, I will assume. And if she wants to correct me as we go, then we can. You all fail. You are under the effects of Zone of Truth. You cannot willingly tell a lie.
Great.
As a basic starter, Amelia says, what is the name of your group?
Crimson
Tide.
Tide.
Very good. And you all are, in this moment, who you say you are.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, there's always more to it, but it's a
I
lie.
thought that we should have given you a fake name at the beginning.
That is who
she is.
Did you or did you not travel with me in the past?
No.
Yes.
I did not.
Yes.
No.
Very
We played cards together.
Yes.
You called this guy with the G name different names.
Yeah, you tried to kill him, didn't you, Judy? Guillermo or whatever the fuck.
No.
I thought the whole thing with like a mace. I don't know.
No, that's who you...
That was shooting
No,
him in the mace.
And she's not lying.
Oh.
She didn't try to kill him. She tried to get him to do it himself.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Always simple.
So, you all were present yesterday on Rivertop Ridge
Yep.
during the attack.
Mm-hmm.
You were the attackers.
Unfortunately so.
You had ulterior motives in this attack. A higher plan that needed to come about.
I would just really help my friends.
That may or may not have been not what we were trying not to
We were
do.
simply following the orders of the Infinite Blades. But we forgot the name of my own group.
Yes.
Quite frankly, I very much need that.
Yep, this is true.
Yes.
Yeah, we actually needed money.
And you did not summon the Marilith that attacked the plaza.
No.
No.
You can't do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no.
I can
Don't have enough power to do that.
Like
I
that.
could maybe get you like a cat or maybe it looks like a wolf.
I can give you an elk, a steed, a pony, or a mastiff. That's about as much as I can do.
Didani is trying. That's all.
I mean, y'all saw me walk in on a pony. Well, ride in on a pony, side saddle. So that's the extent of my abilities.
Lothric, I wish I had known you before. Well, any other questions the collective would like to pose? The rest of the collective kind of sits there for a moment. Arthurian sits forward again. It is my role as a member of this court to serve as a judicial leader. I hope you will not find too much disrespect in my questioning your capabilities.
It's fair. We know we come off as a band of blundering idiots.
I don't know
The
about
question
you, but
is-
I'm no idiot.
For us, are you smart enough to have put this plan into action? Or were your intentions sinister from the start and changed over time?
Are we smart? Honestly, really depends on the day.
I get that sense.
The plan wasn't necessarily our idea to start. The plan was given to us. We simply followed through with it.
It was a job, Mona. Yeah.
Yeah, we acted like mercenaries in this job.
We took a job, and
You know,
It's-
We didn't really act
You just-
like
you don't
mercenaries. We
have-
were mercenaries.
isn't that like a classic rule for mercenaries? You just do it, you don't ask questions.
exactly.
The halfling man speaks up. Were you paid for your services?
Yes.
Yes.
What was your pay?
not the amount I wanted.
I'm sure.
I don't know. Did we count the pay?
Yeah, I counted it.
Did you? Oh, well,
I-
wait a minute.
It was
10,000
10,000.
to split amongst the party.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
I know.
Just like it was 10,000 gold, we split it evenly amongst ourselves, and whatever was left over that we couldn't evenly split was given to a wonderful charity.
Did we do that though? Because you can't lie.
I'm not lying. The charity
And we are
was.
going to.
We are going to. Yes, we are going to give to a wonderful charity.
Are you actually going to give to a wonderful
Yes.
charity?
Yes, we are.
We give it to a charity.
Yes.
Okay. Was monetary reward your only reward?
Yes.
No.
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 You've also got a deck of many things.
Ah!
Bro.
I can't lie any.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can't lie, so this is me actually like,
Yeah.
no? What do you mean, no? There was the money. We got money. What else did we get? Oh, yeah. We also got a deck of many things.
You say this, and it hits the old gnomish woman like a punch at the gut as she goes,
Apologies.
I'm sorry, they gave you what?
A deck of many things?
The deck of many things.
The? What do you
There's
mean?
one
There's
ever
Oh.
in existence.
Yeah, and
And so the question is, how did they procure it from the catacomb vaults?
What catacomb?
what a catacomb vaults.
They're of your concern. But rest assured, they should not have been capable of getting the item you speak of.
Jermaine had them. They were given to us as a reward for helping
the
figure out
general
who he was.
snaps her fingers, and two guards sprint out of the room.
Okay, cool. That's my concern.
Is there... Can you explain what the catacombs are in layman's terms without giving away secrets, please?
It literally spent like a whole several days in the catacombs. You know what to do.
No, their catacombs.
The catacombs were a previous expansion of graveyard that has been since repurposed beneath the palace for the purpose of storing and warding the world from dangerous artifacts.
Would this have also maybe been a part of your catacombs? And I pull out the book with the skull on it.
She kind of squints. She's like, 25, 30 feet away from you and up, and she's an old gnome, like,
Huh?
I quickly go over and I'm just like, this thing.
Logic is standing.
I was like, this thing right here, lady.
5 more feet to reach, but she's like leaning, like hands and knees on the desk,
Oh my
looking.
god.
No.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
But that is an extremely dangerous spellbook.
Oh, I'm aware. I just wanted to know. But if it's not yours, I'm still going to hold on to it and research it. It's what I do best.
Make a persuasion check. Hi, I have this extremely dangerous artifact from a necromancer.
I am in Zone of Truth. It's what
Game Master, Zone of Truth is up.
I know.
I really can't.
Persuasion isn't lying, it's persuading them to allow him to keep it. Because he's not lying. He's saying, yes, I want to keep it.
Oh, persuasion.
No, I'm not throwing it. Yeah.
Would it not be just charisma?
Persuasion.
God damn it.
Because it's, let me keep this dangerous artifact. That
7.
could fall into disuse.
Uh-oh, what's the 7?
I would recommend that you leave it here within the palace. In the future, should research be required, you may potentially be welcome back. If I may. She kind of reaches her hand forward.
I pull back. With all due respect, I've been through a lot to research this book, and I do know what I am capable of researching, nor am I planning on actually using any of the spells in here, considering they are very dangerous.
With all due respect, even if you are not an individual to be concerned of, who's to say that someone potentially more dangerous could not kill and loot this weapon from you? And let's be honest, this is a weapon.
Because I plan on destroying it after I've done my research.
And how long will your research take? Do you have an estimation?
1 month. If I am still in need of researching it, I will bring it back and let you hold on to it. That's all I ask.
Make another persuasion check.
Another 7! I hate exhaustion!
Exhaustion sucks.
We can store it. In the meantime, have it available to you for your research. Is this an unfair deal?
Stone of truth, so... Yes!
You see this as an unfair deal?
Yes, considering it is my property to begin with, and it is not found within your your jurisdiction.
Young man, do you live within the Empire?
Technically, no.
Are you standing within the Empire's throne room?
Yes.
Do you wish to leave the throne room?
With all my things, yes.
You will not be harried or anything else. What you carry with you are secrets too dangerous to risk. I can hope that you understand. But if you do not, the item will be relieved from you on your way out in the future. Now, on to other matters. The kind of gnomish woman goes and sits back.
I feel like Lothar would be a dick at this point.
I don't give a shit.
What?
Lothar ain't allowed to be a dick.
I mean, at this point he
I'm
would.
gonna deck him.
Bro, you shouldn't have said anything about the plot.
Well, I wanted the only way we ever find out stuff in D&D is if you do things that
You do need to try things.
It's like I have to try this
know.
because if it is,
It's literally just the 7s for random rolls.
well, and if I didn't have exhaustion, I probably would have succeeded on the second time because I had a 19.
Yep. And she would have been like, okay, you know. But
Fine, take the goddamn book, and I just toss it, and I hope that it does not hit her.
it's going to. And as it's going to, she puts her hand out, and it just kind of stops, and then floats over and sets down nicely on the desk.
Thank you.
And kind of settles back into her chair.
Not happy about losing that book.
Amelia kind of looks
not
to the
sorry,
rest
that
of you.
Back to the deck. This deck of many things. How much do you know about it?
Almost nothing.
How much would I know about it?
You can make an Arcana or a History check. It's your choice. And I'm going to give you advantage on this because this is a thing, a legend that your family would have been very interested in.
Perfect. You said Arcana or
History, your choice.
they're both the same, so it doesn't matter. Well, I guess it does.
It does based on what you would learn. So you can pick one either way.
Probably, or I probably do Arcana.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not great.
You know, this was some fun. I'm not saying this has anything to do with it, but I just thought, like, if there was a dice made out of bamboo, that would be so cool.
That would be super neat.
Cool.
Okay, I'm doing one more roll, and I'm using my other cyber token because both those rolls were not great. One was an at 1, and the other one was an 11 with my modifier.
Ooh, okay.
So, we gonna... Rachel,
What?
can I get sparkly die? Big pink one?
No, because you rolled shit last time. You didn't put your stank on my dice. Use your own dice. D&D rule number 1. You don't put your stick on my dice.
Or just use computer dice.
No, because computer dice
Computer
are...
dice fucked him last time.
Yeah, they fucked me over, and then I still got fucked over by rolling a terrible roll with a real die, and I died.
You want to use one of mine?
No, I'm gonna use the galaxy one that I got as a gift from you guys.
Yay.
Hey! I wish it was an at 20, but it ain't. It is a
Nice.
21.
21. You have heard stories about this magical item, something that is highly sought after across the planes. Inner planes, outer planes, doesn't matter. It is sought after for a variety of different reasons. Some want to use it, some recognize the danger. The majority of people in the inner planes don't know what this is. It appears to be an unassuming deck of tarot cards. But the way that the enchantment works from some sort of a mad enchanter in the past, whenever you draw a card, whatever the card is, happens. There are wonderful cards. They can give you wishes. They can give you riches. They can give you anything you would like. Or there are more dangerous cards, ones that are said to rip the soul from your body. Place it in an artifact somewhere on the various planes. Put it under the guardianship of a dangerous creature that literally only the gods can save you. But then again, the gods typically don't get that involved. The minute that you...
I immediately want to pull it.
The
No, I don't- I'm not gonna
minute
do
that
that.
That's to say something I shouldn't have said.
the minute that you consider this, you take a moment and you feel almost like in an anime when there's the sinister filter. You can almost feel this sinister, powerful energy coming from where the artifact actually is, somewhere amongst your group.
Wait, what? Wait,
Would,
what?
would
Just you realizing exactly what this deck can do has you chilled to the bone.
Would a certain entity that I know be telling me something?
Do you currently have access to it, to the whip?
Yeah, I still have it.
Okay.
I'm attuned to it.
All right. Well, I mean, just on your person that
Oh, yeah, no,
you do.
yeah.
And yes, as you feel that sinister presence, you hear this voice growling in back in your ear. Want that. Keep that. Get that. Bring it to me.
No! Oh, fuck! Oh, that's so bad! Oh, that's so bad!
It's almost desperate.
Oh, I know that this entity is very desperate for this item.
And only you hear this. The rest of you that are behind Lothric at this point, make a perception check for me.
Perception?
Yep.
I'm gonna use this one. I never used this one yet.
Jeremiah, this is so
It's a
bad.
nat 20.
Nat 20?
What's it?
Oh,
Do a 26.
shit.
This is so bad for me.
24? Holy
16.
So,
Well,
the DC was 25. You see this inky black tar drop come out from underneath Lothric's armor and up his shoulder into his ear before going back down.
This is so bad. This is so bad. This is so bad for me. Oh, fuck.
This deck of many things, Amelia continues, is extremely dangerous. It has been locked in these vaults within our
underground storage for the protection of all of Ravian. No individual should have this power. If you truly have a deck of many things, this is extremely dangerous. And eventually, as you kind of say this, and as this all continues, those two guards come sprinting back. One of them beat to shit. The other one also beat to shit, but bleeding as well. The one that's in better condition comes up to the general and whispers something in her ear. The general kind of sits forward. The deck of many things is still contained within the catacombs.
Where? What?
That allows us to know that either Germain was able to reproduce this item and create a second, or this is not truly a deck of many things.
Rachel, can I look at the
I'm
pictures?
just kidding. Yeah, you're stupid.
Oh, cool.
Do you have this deck in your possession now?
Yes.
Would you present it?
I don't have. I'm just gonna use the box.
Sorry.
Ah!
Yeah.
I don't say that.
Yeah.
That's about. I'm just like.
Pick a card, any card.
Lemba has it currently in her hands there. Identification and research of this item is necessary. We need to know what dangers we're dealing with here. If you would be willing, please, if you would surrender it to the court.
Uh-oh.
Did you want to look through?
Four.
I don't want to see these cards.
The betterment of the world.
These are the what happens.
Are we not
I
supposed
mean,
to
at
see those
this point,
cards?
they took his book. They're
Are
trying
we
to put all
supposed to
of us
read
in.
these?
Oh,
I'm
I'm
really not supposed to
Oh,
read these,
shit.
right?
I'm assuming.
I wouldn't. It's more fun if you don't know and then you find out.
I mean, I don't know what they all do, but
I'm not gonna stop you. It's just more
I know.
fun for you.
I'd
if you
rather
don't
be
know.
surprised.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah.
be surprised.
Because then you pull a card, see the picture, and go, well, that doesn't look good.
Well, I mean, what happens if we fucking don't get to keep the cards?
Oh. How long is zonage true?
It's, in theory, should have ended already, but the light remains. And the
I'm gonna guess
compulsion
that this
remains.
is a super magic zone. That they can just keep on pumping.
It should have ended already.
That's what I
That's
thought.
what you would know. And you're like,
Oh, that's
fuck,
what
this is... This is the palace. They don't fuck around.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
This one looks bad. This is the only black lined card in this entire deck. It's
Yeah.
void.
Will you surrender the cards?
Forever?
We need to research them to determine should they prove dangerous. A simple identification spell may suffice. Though I don't think any of you have that capability.
I do.
Well, then by all means. Would you be willing?
Yes. I have identified.
Alright. You walk over and kind of put your hand over the deck of cards and cast Identify.
And I use my other owlin feather because I got two! Because I'm a smart!
Does it consume the feather?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Alright.
It does.
Figured I
I
should
grabbed
check.
two from the owlin guy.
Otherwise,
I
I'd be
knew I
like,
used-
oh yeah, you can just keep using it, but either
Hold
way.
up the deck of cards.
No.
Patrick.
No. Okay, well, visual, somatic, and material, a pearl worth at least 100, and an app, and an owl feather. I need a pearl as well. Who has a pearl? Anyone have a pearl? I need a pearl.
Nope.
Kind of
Yeah,
the court
bro.
shifts nervously, looking at each other.
We're-
Hold on, let me see what I have in
We're
my
in a
inventory.
court.
I have a bunch of random stuff that I could. And I can see if I have anything.
We're in a court. They might have a.
Yeah, I got shit. I got.
I know I have like
If
all of the
a
random
material is required, we can procure this. After a moment, they do provide you with a book.
stuff. Perfect. I do my thing and I cast identify cast. Alright, spell slot taken. And I do it and what was it? Okay, if it's a magic imbued item or a magic item, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use, and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature through casting this, you learn what spells and any it's currently affected. So I'm going to I touch the thingy and I learn everything that I need to
You
know.
touch the thing, and as you do, you all watch as Lothbrok's head snaps back, and his eyes roll back in his head,
Oh.
and it stays there
Fuck.
for like 2 straight minutes.
I've had this experience
Just
before.
taking all of it in. What you learn in flashes as it goes through. This is a magical deck. The way that you use the deck is by drawing a card. In drawing a card, you gain a boon. At the same time, you pay a price. Or at least somebody does.
Okay.
This is not a deck of many things.
Oh.
No.
This is a much more recent creation. You don't know much other than that, except for the fact that the spells that are currently under the effect of it are a non-detection spell. You cannot find this with divination magic. There's also spells that the cards hold. Many of these cards, and the cards in and of themselves, have I believe it's called Nether's Mischief attached to them, to make them appear, for the most part, if you were to do an Arcana check or not magically investigate, appear to be a deck of many things. Each of the cards, however, is charged, some with higher, some with lower, with summon demon card spells. Summon lesser demons, summon greater demon.
No, it's not a deck of many things.
He pulled one.
It's a summon demon deck.
Gerald, whatever his name, pulled one. Remember when he pulled that?
He pulled some sort of a device and clicked it and threw it.
Yeah.
Oh.
It wasn't a card.
Wow.
Just like, okay. And then I...
Yeah, and then you snap back, and it's like all the wind got knocked out of you. It's all, oh.
You good?
Yeah.
What is it?
So, Your Highness, the Court of Remont, I can assure you that your deck of many things is the true deck of many things in your vault in the catacombs. This is not what it appears to be. It is another form of magical deck of cards, but it is not as powerful as what you have described of the deck of many things.
What does it do?
It's similar to... What's the deck that Caroline has?
Deck of illusions.
It's similar to a deck of illusions. Something happens when you pull a card, and it can either be good or bad.
I see. Well, is it harmless? Is it a danger to the Empire and its people?
Not in its entirety, depending on what you would pull it for. It's hard to say what you're actually pulling, like a deck of illusions. It can be something really fun and jovial, or it can show you something horrible that only your eyes are seeing, but it's really not there. So it's kind of a joke deck as of right now.
I should remind you, you can't lie.
Not really lying.
You said it's a joke deck, like it's an illusion that doesn't
We
summon literal
summon
demons.
I don't have to tell them that, but I'm not lying, technically.
What you're saying and implying for them is that it is not a danger because it's not real. Nothing can come from this deck that's harmful,
I didn't say no.
as opposed to
I
will allow
correcting
you
the
to get
truth,
away.
which is not lying. I am simply saying it's like a deck of illusions where you don't know what you're going to pull, so it could be good or it could be bad. Other than that, I don't know what else it can do.
So you can be certain that it does not pose a danger to the Remont Empire and her people.
It's a possibility with any magic, but with this particular deck, I would have to research more.
Very well. It may be pertinent to continue research on this item in removed places, somewhere that should something go wrong, at the very least, it is potentially not a populated city.
I can assure you, I would never do that.
Very well. If you would like to keep ownership of this deck, please only ever pull a card away from the Remont Empire and away from her allies, out in the wilds, somewhere where you are capable of dealing with any repercussions of this action.
You have my word.
Good.
Oh, I put it back in my bag. I'm like, we'll look at it later.
Then,
Look at it over you just yet. We're all traveling together and just like, cool, we'll hold on to it till we research it. Like,
She's awesome shit too, so.
yeah, I saw that weird little.
if the collective has no more questions, I would suggest that we come to a final decision on how to handle this. And the woman with the two golden eyes leans forward. If I may, I would like to address a singular individual.
Sooty, you're up! You're up! Pay attention! Watch it not hurt somebody else.
I'm just kidding.
I'm saying it more. No.
No.
It's you. It's all you, Abby. It's all Sooty.
Sudi Velignacia,
Yep, here it is. Here it comes.
why have you left the Serac Wastes?
Well, that's a bit of a personal question, don't you think?
Oh, god damn it.
She just doesn't even respond and just stares at you, unblinking with these glowing gold eyes.
Is this a question that is relevant to any of the topics we have talked about, or is this a fellow Spiraculars and they're asking me why I left home?
Your evasiveness tells me that your story has more interesting qualities. Why have you left the Serac Wastes and the Golden Lord's court?
Why are you here?
Do you remember me?
To kind of
You can make a history check if you like.
yeah. She's gonna fuck this up so bad, I just know it.
No!
I'll give
13?
13. Actually, that is enough.
Oh my god.
You remember distinctly in the past when you were serving in the Golden Lord's court, the only reason you remember is because you were the one tasked with handling and helping with the recovery of wounds. This woman was drawn before the court one day, labeled a heretic, someone that worshipped the wrong goddess, someone that did not speak kindly of the Golden Lord and therefore had to be punished. And the Golden Lord ordered her to endure a punishment of his own design. Off the top of his head, he casually had said to cover her face in boiling oil, burning out her eyes and leaving these burn scars down the side of her neck, down her shoulder, and down that entire side of her body. As you look at her, you can see she has had her eyes replaced. And you remember those scars because you were instructed to bandage them after packing them with salt. Being dutiful, you did so, under threat of potential punishment yourself and needing to prove your loyalty within the court. It was simply this is with the old sultan. Yes, the one that you served under.
The student remembers all of this in a flash of, oh shit.
Yeah, you remember, and it all makes sense of why she's glaring at you, why she's had an issue with you this whole time. Because even after her punishment, yours was the last voice that she heard, the last name she heard. Not necessarily saw, because she didn't have eyes to see. But you had to pack her wounds with salt to inflict more pain before she was thrown in the dungeon.
So I stand there and I go, and kind of pop my lips. I shift around and I say, well, the tables that once turned on you, everything goes in cycles. Some people, what is the fantasy concept of karma in this world?
It's karma. It could be karma.
Some people believe in karma, some people only experience it. Karma brought me here.
Do you regret the actions that led you here? Do you wish to know more?
Do I wish to know more?
I assume you fell out of favor in the court. Either
That's the
fled.
audio cut. Sorry.
Yes, I assume that you fell out of favor with the court. Either fled or was exiled. Regardless of which, I assume you don't know much about the Sandblaze Court. Is this correct?
What can I say? I don't get a lot of messages out here. Nobody writes.
Would you like to know more of the Sandblaze Court and her policies?
Gotta giggle because what are you going to do? Hand me a flyer? Do you have pamphlets? Informational session?
My Empress Regent, if I may, be so bold as to request it. Would you please allow, if not the entire party of the Crimson Tide, but Sudi here, to join as the respected diplomat from the Serac Wastes visits the court in the coming days. Allow him to recover from his wounds from the attack, and then ultimately allow her to sit in and learn more about the state of her home world, home nation. Amelia kind of looks at her and slowly nods. I take it you're hoping to make a point. Am I right, Maria? The woman just kind of slowly nods back. It will do no harm, so long as Sudi promises to be on her very best behavior.
Some people would say even my best behavior is not even that good. But I promise. And my hands are up, so you can't even see me crossing my fingers.
Well then, I think it is time to discuss exactly what we do with this group now. They kind of settle down, and in the light fades around this area, and you feel the effects of Zone of Truth end.
Oh my god! Oh my goodness! No!
Oh, thank God.
No, Mothra's not that stupid.
Oh
In the coming days,
Not that stupid.
the diplomat Manil Saralas Al-Fanril will join the court. He will share what information he has, and Sudi will be permitted to sit in on the meeting. In this time, I think it is only right to honor and respect the effort that this group has taken. As such, I propose that we work with the Crimson Tide, rather than against. And I would propose, and this is Amelia speaking here, that we honor their effort in either monetary or service. I would propose that as we continue within these next few days, we work with them to exact meaningful change within the Remont Empire. Help them to achieve each of their goals. Valuable members of society that have proven to be trustworthy and valuable to our own interests should be rewarded for their efforts. As such, how much were you rewarded for your assassination contract?
10,000.
And there are
Yes.
If it would please the court, I would appreciate if we hold a service for a moment within the Garden of Heroes in the coming days as well with the court, where we offer a symbol of our appreciation, consonant with the interest and effort that they have taken. The exact sum will be determined via court action after your absence. But I would expect that the court approves a sum of gold more than 10,000, as the price of taking a life is apparently 10,000 gold, and the price of saving one should be much more. As such, in the future, I would hope that you would be willing to work with us. For now, and she kind of reaches back down and grabs something from beneath an edge of like a desk nearby. Who speaks for your group?
Lumba and I do.
I suppose me.
yeah, I mean, you guys kind of.
Mostly me, because I say good things. Mostly you laugh quick, because you like to hear me talk.
Please approach.
Entirely
It
true.
is. I walk up.
So do I.
You both kind of make your way up, and you have to go back and up and around. And so, like, you go around the side and up, literally up towards the throne.
Oh, we
As
go
she
up.
just
up.
goes
We go up.
up.
Whoa, okay, we go up.
And she looks to you. I want you to do good things. And I want you to work with me to do good things.
You are best.
In that spirit, please take these. And she hands you one and one an amulet. Blue, royal blue, and silver in metal. It's almost kind of a bluish and then framed, almost in a heart shape, but not quite. And it has the Remont family crest on it. The Remont family crest
is a kind of large, almost serpentine fish-like creature and a blade. It's the mix between almost a mermaid wielding a sword and shield, and as you look closer, a dragon that is being cut down into the waves, with the blue background being the actual waves. This Remont family crest is oddly not in many places, but it is well known to be a symbol of the Remont Empire and of the family that helms it. These will afford you access to the palace to come and speak with me. This will afford you and anyone that you're traveling with access to the court, should you have need of it. I urge you to be smart with these. For the love of God, be smart with these. These are the first ones I'm giving out, and you cannot fuck up.
I won't fuck up.
Neither will I.
We should have left Zone of Truth on. But take these, only use them with people you trust. Is there anyone within this city that you care about that I should know as a part of your group?
Yeah, we left our kid at.
You have a kid?
That's new.
It's been a few weeks.
Adopted?
Oh.
Not had a kid. I adopted a child.
Oh,
Yeah.
One
We all
who
did.
is like me.
She's being modest. These things actually are quite quickly this sort of thing.
interesting. Well, what was this child's name?
Her name is Judith.
Okay. Well, eventually I'd like to meet her. But, in this future here, please,
She would love to meet a princess.
She would actually.
I'm not worried about the potato and the bread. I'm worried about the fire.
They're just bickering in the corner.
no, they're bickering in front of the
I'm not
throne.
worried about the bread. She told the princess about whatever kind of food she likes. I'm worried about the fire. I already hope he's gonna burn down that thing.
Regardless, please,
Burn down the daycare.
please,
Apologies.
by all means, come and speak with me again, should you wish. Didani and Jade are here. We would love to catch up. But for now, I suppose that we have additional business. And so I will grant you leave of the court. Lady Mescath kind of chimes in and is like, I would actually like to handle one more matter before they leave.
Yeah, I saw this coming.
Damn it!
I saw this coming.
Fuck!
Part of the interest with the infinite blades,
Yup.
as I'm sure the rest of this court is aware, is that they can be of use.
Oh. Yes. Yes, we can.
If this organization is an underbelly with a heart of gold, as you have framed them to be,
Call it a heart of silver.
a partnership of sorts may be mutually beneficial. Now, not to flex our chops too much, should we be so inclined, the infinite blades can be wiped off of the map in but an instant. But should they continue to fill their role without their destruction, we can do great things. If we were to completely remove the infinite blades from the city and from the Remont Empire, they would leave a power vacuum for another potentially worse organization to fill. As such, I would request that you bring a writ to the leader of this Infinite Blades? Or should you secretly be the leader?
No.
To consider the offer. You don't have to tell me anything.
I will honestly tell you, I am not the leader, but I will bring the writ.
This writ, for your information, outlines the interest of cooperation. The Infinite Blades will be permitted to exist within the city. They will be allowed to take different jobs that are allowed or approved of by the court, and they will have a member that is able to or willing to enter the court and join and speak with me. If they should like to take this deal, this will ensure the survival of the Infinite Blades into the future. Should they refuse, we will find a way to remove them. We cannot have an organization that attempts to kill political interests of the Remont Empire. As such, we would appreciate a modicum of oversight over the organization in and of itself. A partnership of convenience, mostly for the Blades. But bring this, and she kind of tosses you this letter. Bring this and give me news of the cooperation by sending either the leader or a trusted individual back to the court. Have them return with this writ as proof that they are willing to cooperate and consider. Additionally, I have concerns. The Merilith has, as I'm sure you are all aware, a striking resemblance to my kind. My kind that live in the fringe, on the outskirts of this city even now, living under the hateful guise of prejudice of, unfortunately, Pine Hall's residents and citizens. This misguided effort could lead to very dangerous interactions in the future. Should you be so inclined, please ensure the safety of the Yamas clan lands. Ensure that, at the very least, after the Merilith, no one mistakes the Serpentine monster for the Serpentine people. We all must survive, and should you be willing to do the court a favor, myself a favor, and my people a favor, and gain my trust even more so, you can find them on the outskirts of the Timberward.
That's where we live, right? Great. Good. Easy access. Great.
Tell them that I sent you. Meskath Sharanus has a plan for their safety, as I'm sure that they are terrified as of the recent events. But that is all that I had to say. She kind of smiles and nods. Thank you all for your time. I'm so sorry for interrupting, Empress Regent. And Amelia is like, that is a very worthwhile thing to consider. I feel bad. I regret how many of my people here treat the Yamas of the Pine Hall territory here, but anything that you can do would be appreciated. Otherwise, come back in whatever time where do you live now?
Should you need us, you can find us in, yes, you know how it sounds, the Bernard House.
Most of the court goes, really? You know,
we didn't know when we bought it.
Well then, a place with such a reputation, perhaps we can help with that.
Whatever.
In the next few days, please come back to the garden behind the palace, to the Garden of Heroes, and we will hold a small ceremony, at least for you, as a thank you for your efforts today. But for now, thank you. Go spend the rest of your time. It's been a long day, and you deserve rest.
So
We
do.
shall go pick up our little one from the daycare.
As you turn and leave, it's leaving this massive chamber, and then you go back out, and you're out, and it's this sunlight again. Just wide open to the city. The guards watch you the entire way out. But then you seem to be clear and free. And as you they close the doors behind you as you exit the palace proper.
We do like a big, like,
Yeah. There's a breath of fresh air and relief as the stress just melts off of you for a moment.
Like you're done with the ACT test.
oh my
Yep.
god. Well, let's move it to the daycare.
And we
We
run.
go, what a ride. We're just like, walking at a nice good pace. We get to a little gate and we're like, we have bad days, we can walk through. Goodbye.
You make your way all the way there. As you get there,
Is there still a house?
yes, there is.
Woo!
Okay, she went back down.
There is a very frazzled woman,
Yeah.
the woman that's watching all of the children,
Yep.
that sees you coming and starts calling for Judith and disappears and comes back, kind of holding her hand and pulling her forwards towards you all as you reach the end of the gate. I don't know where you were, but there was a little bit of incident.
Oh,
Judith is fine. She was
I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about the other kids. Did she burn somebody?
no,
Okay.
she
Did she stab somebody?
No, actually related. She was trying to show all of the other children the right way to stab.
Oh,
So I appreciate that she's a teaching soul, but I don't know that I appreciate what the other children have done with it by collecting sticks and sharpening them and then stabbing each other with them a little bit. No one was drastically harmed. They're mostly just poking each other. But if you wouldn't mind having a talk with her about how to not put the other children in danger, even unwittingly, and how actions can have some consequences, I would appreciate it. I've had to take every possible stick from everywhere, which includes the backyard, and there are trees, so that's kind of a lot, but I can handle it. So that's really all I can say. Otherwise, Judith's been very sweet.
perfect.
Judith is like, I'm the teacher.
We're gonna tell them when you get home, sweetie.
I get toast now. I didn't stab anyone. I
Yeah.
didn't light anyone on fire.
Yeah, but you also did. Yeah, you did. You had good intentions.
To do that, but
They want to know. I want to know what I do. I told them I can stab people, but not today.
okay. Well, let's go home and
You can have half the toast that
I
we
was
would have.
gonna say no toast, but also no potato.
You promised I get all the toast.
She gets a little toast. She
Okay,
didn't,
fine, some toast.
but you also get a good plate of greens.
Oh yeah, gotta eat the vegetables. For
Yeah,
sure.
a lot of veggies
And I
tonight.
like grab her hand, I start walking right my stuff, and I'm like, oh wait, I'm too cold in the woman's hand. Thanks, and we walk away.
She kind of waves as you leave, and you all slowly make your way back towards your home. You're able to make it there easily enough, and as you enter in that door, you just kind of are like, all right, I'm just gonna, and like the energy that you have is sapped. You're ready to go and just fall face first on the bed and sleep.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you're
I
just.
thought you said that it was like your
It's
step
the,
a
like,
magical. You
You get
spell.
done with a
heavy, busy work day, and you get home and you're like, huh, that's it. And so you're exhausted. What would you like to do with the rest of your day? It is currently probably 4 p.m. at tops.
Like, sit on a couch and do nothing. It's just sit there like, oh.
Lemba, I'd like to study the deck.
Can I just have dinner for everyone?
Easily enough. There are plenty of supplies.
I want you to do the deck. Answer a question for me. Answer it honestly.
Have you ever tried like this cook broccoli?
My head hurts. What do you want?
That's how I got into broccoli.
No, I know I'm not crazy, but something earthy.
Put in the oven.
Thing?
You know, it's like a little drop of goo, and it kind of went up and it went into your ear, which was weird, and you weren't freaking out about the fact that blob of goo went into your ear. And then the blob of goo came out of your ear and went back down your body, and the whole time you were like, so chill about it. What the fuck?
Oh. That's the whip that I got, that magical whip thing. The head on it is a raven claw, and
Yeah.
it's imbued with stuff when I touched it. Not weird stuff, but like it talks from time to time. I don't know how to explain it.
Your whip talks?
Well, it's an attuned item.
But it talks to you.
Not very often, and when it does, it's like blips of like want, water. It's like one word things.
So, what did it say this time?
It said want and need and have.
What does it want?
Beats me. I don't know.
I would like to check Lothric. See if he
It
tells you
technically
the
didn't.
truth.
It technically didn't tell me what it wanted or needed.
It heavily implied it. What would that be? Investigation? Perception?
You can make an insight check to see what's
Insight.
going on
Yep.
with it.
And what do I have to make to counter it?
Either persuasion or deception. You don't have to tell, but just tell me the roll.
I hate you.
I'm waiting to see what you roll. You gonna get. What'd you roll, Raji?
What'd you roll? Just
21!
God.
I can't roll worse than this.
A 1?
And now what?
Okay.
And I have disadvantage. So what's my disadvantage?
You can't get worse than that one.
Didn't matter. It was another that one.
So you're gonna get a lot of XP tonight.
No, it was a 4. But I did. The first one was a nat 1, so I have to take that. I get XP for it.
Get the sense that Lothric, while he's not necessarily fully aware of what's going on, gets the sense that there is something going on. He's aware that something is happening. This is not the first time that something has happened, but he doesn't understand its purpose, why it's coming and doing these things, or necessarily the full scope of what it wants. It is a very one-sided relationship between this thing having all of the cards and Lothric having maybe 1 or 2 cards and slowly getting puzzle pieces along the way. And that's what you would glean. He is still learning about what's going on.
Yeah.
So you're listening to your whip tell you things, and you never stop to, like, get to know it, or ask about it, or be like, what the fuck?
Well, when I asked about it, the first time it happened, nothing happened. It wouldn't speak again. It's like it comes and goes at, like, very random moments, but they're probably not random, so I'm trying to figure it out. It's in my journal of what I've written down before.
Alright, I'm gonna ask him about this later, though.
Okay?
If you're honest enough. Study the friggin' deck.
Great, I'm gonna need the
Oh.
I'm gonna need the deck at some point before we
Put
leave.
it away.
You don't have to get it out, just...
Ah.
What?
That's fair.
Speaking of things you gotta get to know, it's been a hot minute. Is Creature still there?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm just checking.
Remind me, what's your alignment?
Neutral?
Okay. Yeah.
Chaotic good.
Chaotic good.
Which I think puts me in the neutral zone.
Yeah.
A neutral.
It's chaotic good, so yeah. Alright. Are you gonna try to look for it?
Sure. It's been a while since I tried with this thing.
You look around, you look and try to find exactly what you might be like. Where did this cat go? Well, I guess it was like an imp before, so maybe it's something else. Maybe it's... I don't know where this thing could be. So you're like searching like the entire place. Eventually, what you do find is a very, very small, almost humanoid figure, kind of like an imp, but white, with small golden feathered wings. No tail. As you kind of go, it's curled up on the bed. And you go in and... You know the little baby Hercules from the Disney Hercules movie?
Yeah?
That with wings.
Huh! Well, that's new!
And it's just quietly snoring, this little cherub.
Cherub?
Is a cherub and not an imp?
Or a
Yeah.
cat?
And
Those are two different, very looking
there is not an
things.
imp, there is not a cat, there's just this. And you have no idea where it came from.
More cherub?
But you get the sense that this might be it.
That's new.
It's just is sleeping. And
Is it-
you open the door, you see it there, and you're like,
Is it just a little naked baby?
pretty much.
It's a little naked baby.
Just
With
curled
wings.
up in the fluffy blanket. Just
Oh my god.
Like, I'm gonna walk over and I'm gonna be like, Creature? Are you a baby? It's not a normal sound. Like,
you poke it, it wakes up. And just kind of looks at you and blinks its big eyes.
a little weird. I wanna try to pick it up.
You pick it up. It's like holding a little baby.
You mullet too now?
Am I ever gonna figure out who you are, Creature? Are you ever gonna give me any answers? Or are you just gonna keep being new fucking things every time I see you?
I don't know, am I?
Oh no.
Y'all can hear me upstairs screaming like,
Please don't yell at me.
oh, I'm sorry, you've never talked before, and that's new? I didn't know you could. Do you have a name you want me to use? Oh, okay, just, sure, I've been calling you Creature because I don't know who you are. Oh, okay. Do you know why you're here? Why you stay with me? Why we're connected?
I go back to bed.
Do you know why Swoon sent you to me?
Who's that?
Okay. Do you know anything new you might want to tell me?
I think when I was a cat, I shit behind the bedpost.
Thanks, bud. Thanks, it's so helpful. Yeah, go back.
Sorry. And just kind of curls back down in bed and goes back to sleep.
I like one way, like, stumble downstairs and I like slump down on the couch room. I'm like, guys, remember my cat?
Mm-hmm.
It's now a baby, and it talks.
Can you stop having kids for 2 seconds?
I don't fucking know what this. It parts, but it still can't tell me why it's here. I don't have a cat anymore, and I don't have an imp anymore. Now I have a weird flying angel lady that talks.
That is definitely weird.
I'm not a baby.
This is Judith.
Oh!
Okay, good, okay.
Oh, not you, honey. Not you.
Am I a little angel baby?
No, you're my big, fierce girl.
Okay, can I have toast?
You can have toast after you eat your dinner. You gotta eat the meat and the veggies. And then you can have toast.
Are we doing dinner now? If we're not doing dinner now, I'm gonna go around the yard.
Go around the yard. Let me
Cool.
eat the dinner
And then just
ready.
fucking runs.
Okay, bye. Don't leave the yard. Take me to the house.
Just gone.
Okay.
I tried.
So, anything else you want to deal with, or do you want to jump through your long rest?
I would like to take a long rest, please.
Alright.
I am flat, pretty much out of magic.
Alright.
Long rest.
Yeah,
Take
yeah.
long rest.
I'm finishing up doing my thing, reading through this, and then I'll long rest.
Woo! Let's manage some spells. Just have to
You all have probably the deepest sleep of your life.
Yeah.
It's been stressful.
Am I gonna recover from my exhaustion?
Yes. When you take a long rest, you'll recover 1 point of exhaustion. So I think you only have a once.
Yeah, I do.
So, as you kind of take a second, unless there's anything specifically that you want to do for the following day, the next morning comes and you kind of spend it casually, taking a breather after everything, unless there's anything that you want to do. Just interrupt if you want to handle anything. But
I've got a message to deliver.
all right.
That seems kind of important.
Yeah, it is.
So,
I'm like, we eat breakfast, and I'm like, so that's comes from like, I'm going out. Do that.
Yes.
Oh my. Somebody's gonna have eye on this child.
Yeah, right.
as Lemba leaves, if you're the camera in the movie, you're looking at Lemba leaving through the front door and you see over the shoulder Judith go jumping off of a couch out of sight into another room.
Oh,
Yeah, she's a handful today.
honey,
Yeah.
let's do some coloring.
That's the last thing you hear when the door shuts and you continue making your way on. It takes you a bit of time, but nobody gives you any trouble with the symbol around your neck.
I have a special symbol.
The guards see it and just kind of like, this is what you buy. And
Thank you.
no problems whatsoever. Eventually, you make your way back to Red Dragon Oddities and entering kind of their password, you head down into their bunker. The Dragonborn man, Sorkin, is still sitting kind of at his desk. There is no trace of any remains of Germain. It is almost as if it never happened.
Cool.
And he sees you come down, he's like, oh. Alright, well, what did you figure out?
I just hand him the letter.
Well, sit down. Takes the letter and goes back to his desk. Reads it. Fuck.
What? Don't tell me you didn't think I could actually do it now.
I suppose I told you by any means necessary, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recommend we agree to this? And he kind of shows you the letter. The letter in basic outlines the same thing that Lady Mescat said. Basically,
the Crown is the general manager of the Infinite Blades. The Infinite Blades is allowed to operate with relative limited supervision, but the Crown will at the very least have an operative installed within the Infinite Blades chambers that can report to the Crown, and in return, as a gesture of good faith, the Infinite Blades can establish a contact individual that will work with the Crown on a more regular basis by serving as a member of Lady Meskat's Whispers. Lady Meskat is the Mistress of International Affairs. She, however, runs an extremely widespread spy organization that keeps tabs on everything international, everything that she can, to keep tabs on whatever she needs. And so basically, she'll place one of these spies within the Infinite Blades, and she will, in return, allow for one member to serve as a higher-ranking member of her Whispers.
At this point, you put your name out there, it's kind of agree, proceed into a hole and hope they don't find you or get eradicated. If you want to prosper, if you want the money flow to come and to be easy from now on, yeah, I say you sign it.
Would you have signed it?
Yeah, I would have.
For fuck's sake, then. Just kind of signs it quick.
Down!
You got us out of the mess. Yeah, I mean, in time we can find a way to launch on the deal if we really needed to. But you did good. I'm glad you did. I'm glad I didn't have to take any other action. So what now? You want more work?
I've got some work. Princess has got us doing some stuff.
Work for the princess, huh?
Yeah. Not permanently, you know I'll always come back, but I'm getting some answers I need, and I think she can help me.
Think you're gonna hit the road soon? Be in town?
It depends upon how long she needs us here, but we do have plans to go overseas eventually.
Well, wherever you end up, I'm sure you'll be fine. Kind of takes a second, looks back to you. What are you still doing here?
Alright, damn! Didn't realize you wanted to get rid of me so
I
fast.
don't need to get rid of you. Just get a drink. Take a breath. Relax.
Sounds nice. The house is chaos. Yeah.
He kind of holds his cup up and gives you a little bit of a nod, and then goes back to working. And eventually you can see, if you hang out there for a moment, he eventually sends a runner to the palace, holding the writ signed. But you're able to easily enough make your way back. So, you're all back in the house. Anything else you want to try to do?
I am sitting down with Judith, and I'm making her color some sheets of paper for me. He's super preoccupied and not crazy.
He is enraptured.
Good.
Yeah. What you got, Andre?
I'm in my room. My door is closed,
Oh no.
Oh, he's doing things with his
and
whip.
I locked it.
Oh no, he's tired with
Oh!
I'm reading through.
No.
So what happens now? Because I'm fucked.
Did you draw a card?
No, I didn't draw a card. I was reading through the thing on the cards and just looking at them, but I never officially drew a card. Draw the card. Drew a card.
Make a Arcana check.
Okay, let's go for Galaxy Bat. No, let's go for other Galaxy
You're
Bat.
trying to dig in to see exactly what is possible to learn for this thing.
Oh, God damn it. That is an 8 for Arcana.
An 8. this is a magical deck of cards. And the more you stare at it, the more you get frustrated by the fact that you seemingly cannot learn much looking at just the leather casing of the outside.
I take my whip.
You are dying to know more.
Yeah.
But you can't seem to know anything, and everything in you wants to pull a card to be able to learn more.
God damn it. I take my whip and I ask it. I'm just like, right, I got it. I have it. What do you need from me?
Make a persuasion check.
I'm gonna do online. We're gonna see how this works for me. 8!
8.
I hate the online dice. This is stupid.
The online dice has been the only thing working for me today. So
What do you mean?
it's
How did you do
weird.
that? Like that? Mine's just black.
What did
Oh, it
you
was a
roll
thing.
on the original Arcana check? You rolled high on that one, didn't you?
Back in the palace?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I rolled like a 20. I rolled like a 21.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. There you go. All you remember in that moment is that something has been compelling you to get a hold of this, to keep it, to get it to it, and you're not sure how.
I'm holding the deck. I'm shuffling the deck.
Oh
Oh
no!
no.
You're in our fucking house! Don't summon a demon in our house!
I'm
Can any of us perceive what he's doing?
He's locked in his room? No.
and I'm looking at it.
For all we know, Lazarus just taking a nap.
Yeah. Just like, and I'm looking at the whip. I'm looking at the deck. Looking at the whip. Looking at the deck. And I'm just like,
What's that phrase again? Everything was fine until.
Everything was fine.
Everything was fine until we get Lazarus the magic item!
This was a mistake.
I'm looking at the whip and I'm just like, I know you want a card pulled. You're dying for it. And as much as I want to, I made a promise. But a card will be pulled at some point, and you will get exactly what you want, O Queen of Decay. And none of y'all know that, and I was waiting to say it. Because I was just like, we were in the thing and I almost said it out loud as Lothric, and I was just like, no! It would have been horrible! And I put the deck back and I'm just like, so unless you have something else to say to me, we gotta wait. In time.
And then there's nothing else.
Oh shit! Yeah, metagaming now y'all know a little bit more.
Alright.
Alright.
Right back home.
Guess
Simple
what,
enough.
y'all? My sketchy underground business just went legit.
I'm walking down the steps as I hear this.
Yeah.
It says, tucked away on my person at all times now. Nobody taking it.
I turn to Judith and I say, okay, show mommy what you made.
Oh. Is that what we're telling me now?
I mean, you are the
And
mother.
I look around and I'm like, yeah, look at you. Like, wait, is that what's up now? Is this for sure?
Well,
Okay,
you are
but-
the mother
Am I?
now.
Oh, damn.
Yes.
Okay, yes, dude, what do you mean?
What have you had her coloring? Just freeform or
Freeform.
something? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, DM. What did she make?
Did you get a piece of toast?
One of them definitely is. Let me double check my notes. Because this is interesting.
Are you looking at me or looking at
I caught
Judith?
him off
For Judith,
guard.
Okay.
What is the 6-year-old draw?
Or stabbing another kid or setting a thing on fire.
Probably.
I don't know.
I hope so.
Like Caroline?
No, it's Abby.
Oh, yeah.
Abby.
Oh, her screen was
I could see
frozen.
her drawing a picture of her, like, attacking a potato monster.
You see, at this point, probably 4 or 5 pictures, and you were kind of half paying attention to what she was drawing. She started with one that was toast. It was very nice. You were like, good job, Judith. That's nice. The next one is all dark. And there are lines within. And then you see almost like a really shittily, like a little kid drew it, like a person in the dark. Then
I hate that.
you see the picture of 2 people and a cart.
No!
What?
So dead parents. She named her dead parents.
You see another picture that is 2 people opening a box with a little girl going wee out of it.
Are we the 2 people? Oh.
Do we recognize the people in any of the
They
drawings?
look like the 2 people on the cart.
Parents. It was a happy picture of a fun time, and then
Oh.
And then, in that final picture, you see the little girl crying, and the cart tipped over, and those 2 people in pieces.
Oh. I'm looking at these drawings as well, and I take the last one and I kind of just put it in my back pocket.
We're gonna not look at this
No,
anymore.
I'm gonna keep this one special, okay?
Okay,
Do you want to tell me about what you drew?
I drew toast, and I drew my. Well, if you're supposed to be mommy now,
You can have more
Then-
than one.
okay, that's my first mommy and daddy.
Uh-huh.
When they found me, and then on the cart,
Your mommy,
and then right before you guys found me,
your mommy and daddy found you?
I was in a box.
Oh, can you tell me about that?
It was dark.
The one in the darkness, that's you in the box.
No,
The person in the darkness
that's
is
the other person that was with me.
She's
other-
a sibling. She's a sibling.
there was another person with you in the dark?
Yeah, I woke up and there was a lady there, and she was always looking at me, but she didn't move
What'd she look like?
like that. She points at the picture.
Okay, can I
What
tell from the
she-
picture what she looked like then?
Was she made out of rocks?
It felt like rocks.
Oh no.
It wasn't long, and then all of a sudden, my new mom and daddy found me.
You were in a box made out of rocks?
A rocks box.
You were in a rock spot
Oh!
with a lady on it.
Oh, sorry, I'm slow.
Okay. You were in a rock spot with this lady who was always looking at you,
Yeah,
and then the box opened and your mommy and daddy found you.
yeah.
What were
Can
you?
I recall when we found her parents? What were they? What race were they?
One was a tiefling,
Okay.
and one was a human.
Okay.
How old were you when you were found by your old mommy and daddy?
I don't know.
How long did you live with them?
I've been with you for more than a week.
Yep.
No, I mean, she means your old mommy.
So less than.
You lived with them less than you lived with us.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So they found her and were immediately taking the kid back, and then they were attacked, and then we found her.
So somewhere along that path that
It's
they were
another
traveling is another cave.
Yep.
With more sarcophaguses in it.
I don't want to backtrack.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not as important right now that we do that, but yeah, we know
That's
there's
what I'm pointing
another
out.
one in that area.
Isn't like the whole point of like what we're trying to do is put all the gods back together and find all these gems?
Yes.
I think eventually we do need to go
Yes,
back
it is.
into there. That's for damn sure.
Judith, do you remember anything from before you were in the box?
No.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Is she a reincarnated other Nephilim?
Yes, good call.
Yes!
That's how fucking Drain is still alive. I am convinced that Nephilims do not die. Or at least they come back to life or are reincarnated.
Reborn.
Because I only remember this one lifetime. But I know that Lemba's not my real name. And I also know, because she told me I am much older than I know I am. But I don't know what that means. I am convinced. And in theory, Nephilims were created when the gods were split, which was thousands of years ago. So there's some sort of reincarnation, you don't actually die thing.
Because the original three that we went to, she's one of those people.
I was one of them.
And she was carved in a statue within that cave.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So wait, hold
Just
on.
like a little bit younger than she is now.
Wait.
But she
So-
could be the older one, because there was you, an older woman, and then a guy. 3 sarcophaguses.
Right.
So was she the older woman?
Well, she could be from a different cave.
Yeah, she
Totally different sarcophagus.
Yeah. Different. We need to go.
Uh,
we need to go back to that.
I'm thinking she's not any of those 3.
She's from a different
I'm
set.
thinking she's from a totally different set. That
Right.
would be too
We need
weird
to we
if
need to
she
go
was.
back.
We
Yeah,
need to
we need to go
We
back.
need to go back.
Does anybody have detect thoughts?
Yeah, I
do.
do.
I'm gonna use it.
I think I do. Well, I have Mind Spike. Is that?
No, I have detect thoughts.
I have Detect Magic. Wait,
100%.
let me check my spells.
I have
I
used
might
it 100
actually-
times.
I know.
Okay.
I'm gonna use it.
Yes, I think
I can't
yes.
fucking find it on my list, but I have it. And I just used it and I did not update my spells.
No,
Detect
I don't.
thoughts. Use. I'm detecting the thoughts.
Does she get to make a save?
Of course she does. Of course I'm gonna go deeper because I want to know
I
all
know.
the fucking things.
Because her surface level thoughts are, why don't they like my drawings?
Oh, we love your drawings, Judith.
They
They're
like my
beautiful. Yeah, they're the
Yeah.
bestest.
My
Wisdom
favorite
saving
one
throw.
is the toast.
The toast was really pretty.
I like that. I want more toasts.
Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. That's a 2.
Yeah, it's not safe.
Let me just copy and paste.
Oh fuck. Oh.
Oh my, where's it going?
Let me get over there.
Actually, no. I'll do this a little more cinematic.
Oh.
You watch as Lemba starts to totally zone in, and you see the first ever moments of Judith's existence. You see a very, very young looking woman walking into a cave, putting her hand out and the stone forming into a sarcophagus. Dark hair, blued at the tips, pale skin and a nice colorful dress. She smiles and she takes this little bead of light and a spark and places it
inside of the sarcophagus. And then your vision shifts and you are the spark. And you're looking up into the smiling face of a kind-looking woman. And with almost a sad expression, she pushes the lid of the sarcophagus shut. And on the inside, there is this burst of light blue light. And this inner etching of that woman's visage puts itself on the inside of the sarcophagus lid so that Judith's not alone. And in that moment, the world just kind of slowly fades to darkness, and there is nothing for what feels like forever. And then eventually, there's another little burst of blue light, and your vision returns. And this tiefling and human holding torches, wearing a variety of different ropes and pythons and everything else, are pulling open the sarcophagus lid and taking out what is now a little girl. Carrying her out of this cluster of other sarcophagi, one completely covered in crystal and sealed shut. And they take her out and put her on a cart and tell her they're taking her to a new life. They're bringing her to safety. They're going to take her to a city called Moonshade. Somewhere along the way, the tiefling woman gets sick, and Judith is sad. They have to hurry. They're worried. She's afraid for them. She wants to help, but she doesn't know how. And left alone on a winter road, their cart is ambushed by bandits. Judith hides as both of these makeshift parents are slaughtered before her. She watches them killed, sits there crying, and then a seemingly tiefling woman approaches, and a colorful, elvish kind of man approaches, and the tiefling woman picks her up and takes them with her. Takes her with them. And she's been there ever since.
Great, glad.
Okay, questions. 1. Do I recognize the caves from the sarcophagi in the cave? 2. When they come out of the cave, do I have any sense of a clue where it is?
Not really. It's more like part of the issue is this is memory that, while not old, is hard. It's painful for her. So she's actively trying to repress it. So you're able to dig into it, but it's like swimming through molasses, fighting to remember a dream as it fades. She's trying to move on, actively trying to move on, and she doesn't want to have to remember those people, or where she came from, or anything else. She just wants something better. And she's pretty sure, as you kind of come through memories of traveling with your group, she's pretty sure she's found it.
Let's just give her a hug and then tell her that we're not gonna go anywhere.
Well, yeah, you gotta make me toast, right?
Yes, Judith. I will make you all the toast.
Can I have all the toast?
Let's go have some toast.
And she goes running for toast.
She's gotta eat veggies too.
Shut up. Today she's gonna eat toast. And I wave the picture of the dead people in front of him. She can have the fucking toast.
Fine. But make sure there's marmalade on it.
We're eating the butter.
With marmalade.
You go running.
I run after the truck. It's like, don't forget the marmalade.
And for dinner we eat toast. Lunch. It's lunchtime. We eat lunch and toast lunch.
Lunchtime toasts.
We eat all the different kinds of bread and all the different spreads, and it's just a buffet of build your own toast.
Unless there's anything else that you want to do for the day, Judith is plenty happy to
No,
do
I think
a
this is what we're doing all
taste
day.
of every
I think it's
kind
just a
of
toast day.
This is day of default.
Yeah. Oh.
Right.
I'm a total fighter.